Growing up in the deep valleys of West Virginia, you learn from a very young age that the silence of the woods isn't actually silent. It's a heavy, living thing that sits on your shoulders the moment you step off the gravel and into the tree line. My family's property sat on the very edge of an unmapped stretch of the Monongahela National Forest, a place where the mountains seem to fold in on themselves, creating hollows that haven't seen direct sunlight in 100 years. People around here don't talk much about the things that live in those deep pockets of shade, but they live their lives by a set of unspoken rules. You don't stay out past dusk. You don't answer a voice that sounds like it's coming from the bottom of a well. And you never, under any circumstances, go looking for what made that sound you can't quite identify. It was a Tuesday in late October, one of those gray, damp evenings where the fog crawls up from the river and clings to the undergrowth like a wet shroud. My dad had realized we were low on supplies and decided to make the 40-minute drive into town to hit the grocery store before the hardware shop closed. I watched his old Ford F-150 rumble down the dirt driveway, the red taillights flickering and then vanishing behind the bend of the pines. I knew the schedule. He'd be gone at least an hour and a half, probably longer if he ran into anyone at the general store. I was 17 at the time, plenty old enough to be home alone, so I grabbed the split maul and headed out to the woodpile behind the house. We heated the place with an old wood-burning stove, and with a cold front moving in from the north, I needed to get a head start on the night's fuel. The air was unusually still. Usually, you can hear the rustle of squirrels or the distant call of a crow, but that evening, the forest felt vacuum-sealed. The only sound was the rhythmic thwack of my axe hitting the seasoned oak and the heavy breathing of my own lungs. I worked for about 20 minutes, the sweat cooling on my neck as the light began to fail. The sun had dipped behind the ridge, leaving the world in that bruised, purple twilight where shadows start to stretch and play tricks on your eyes. I was reaching for another log when the sound drifted out from the tree line, a sharp, clear call that stopped my heart in my chest. "Eli, come here a second." I froze, the axe still embedded in the chopping block. It was my father's voice. It had that specific, gravelly resonance he got from 40 years of smoking and breathing mountain air. But my brain immediately hit a wall of cold logic. My father was in town. I had seen him leave. There was no way he could have gotten back without me hearing the truck on the gravel, and there was no way he'd be standing deep in the briars behind the house instead of walking through the front door. I stood up slowly, my eyes squinting against the growing darkness of the forest edge. "Dad," I called out, my voice sounding thin and uncertain in the vast quiet. "Eli, come here. I need help," the voice replied. I took a few steps toward the fence line, driven by that stubborn, human instinct to help your family, even when your gut is screaming at you that something is wrong. As I got closer, I noticed something off about the way the words were shaped. There was no breath behind them. When a person speaks, there are natural pauses, a rise and fall in tone, the subtle sounds of lips and tongue. This was different. It sounded flat, like a digital recording being played back through a speaker with a dying battery. There was a faint, rhythmic clicking sound underneath the words, a mechanical sort of static that made the hair on my arms stand straight up. I stopped about 10 feet from the brush. "Dad, if that's you, come out. Where's the truck?" The response was immediate, but it didn't answer the question. It just repeated the same phrase, over and over, with the exact same inflection. "Eli, come here. Eli, come here." The repetition was sickening. It was like a hunter using a predator call, trying to find the right frequency to lure the prey out into the open. I reached down and gripped the handle of my axe, pulling it free from the wood. My eyes finally adjusted to the deep shadows behind a thicket of tangled briars and dead mountain laurel. I expected to see a person, maybe a trespasser or a neighbor playing a sick joke. Instead, I saw a shape that my mind struggled to categorize. It was crouched low to the ground, its body a pale, sickly white that seemed to glow faintly against the dark earth. It was hairless, with skin that looked like wet parchment stretched too tight over a frame of mismatched bones. It was on all fours, but its limbs weren't right. The elbows bent backward, and the knees seemed to hinge in directions that would have snapped a human's joints. It was perfectly still, tucked into a ball like a gargoyle. I felt a wave of nausea hit me, a primal, evolutionary fear that told me I was looking at something that shouldn't exist in our version of reality. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity. The creature didn't have a nose, just two vertical slits, and its eyes were large, dark pits that reflected absolutely no light. Suddenly, the creature began to move. It didn't scurry away. It slowly uncurled itself, rising up on its hind legs in a series of wet, popping snaps. It stood towering over 6 feet tall, its torso unnaturally long and thin, its ribs visible through that translucent skin. As it reached its full height, it opened its mouth. It didn't have lips, just a jagged, circular opening filled with rows of needle-like teeth. From that cavernous throat, my father's voice came out one last time, louder now, distorted and screeching. "Eli, come here." The mask was off. The thing knew I had seen it, and it didn't need the ruse anymore. The sheer volume of the sound was deafening, vibrating in my teeth. I didn't think. I just turned and bolted. I've never been a runner, but in that moment, I felt like I was flying. My boots hammered against the packed dirt of the yard as I headed for the back porch. Behind me, I heard a sound that will haunt me until the day I die. The sound of something very heavy and very fast hitting the ground on all functional limbs. It wasn't the sound of a man running. It was the sound of a beast, a series of wet, rhythmic thuds that were closing the gap with terrifying efficiency. I could hear its breath now, not the recorded voice, but a real, huffing sound that smelled like rotted meat and swamp water. It was right on my heels. I lunged for the porch steps, nearly tripping over a stray piece of firewood, and scrambled for the screen door. I ripped it open so hard the hinges groaned and fumbled with the heavy oak door behind it. I could feel the air shifting behind me as the creature leaped. I threw myself inside and slammed the door shut, throwing my entire weight against the wood as I fumbled for the deadbolt. Click! The second the lock engaged, the entire house shuddered. Something hit the door with the force of a high-speed collision. The wood groaned, and the door frame cracked near the top hinge. I fell back onto the kitchen floor, gasping for air, my heart hammering so hard against my ribs, I thought it would break. I expected the thing to start scratching or howling, but the silence returned instantly. It was that same oppressive Appalachian silence, thick and suffocating. I crawled away from the door, moving toward the center of the kitchen where I could see all the windows. I grabbed the wall-mounted phone to call my dad, but the line was dead. Not just no dial tone, there was that same rhythmic clicking and static I had heard in the woods. I looked at the window over the sink, and for a split second, I saw a pale hand with elongated, multi-jointed fingers press against the glass. It didn't try to break in. It just smeared a trail of foul-smelling gray film across the pane and vanished back into the dark. I spent the next hour sitting on the floor in the hallway, the furthest point from any exterior walls, clutching my wood-chopping axe. Every creak of the house, settling, sounded like a footstep. Every gust of wind against the eaves sounded like a whispered name. When I finally heard the real sound of my father's truck pulling into the gravel driveway, I didn't feel relief. I felt pure, unadulterated terror. I was afraid that if I opened the door, I wouldn't find my father. I was afraid I'd find another one of those things, or that it had followed him from the road. I watched through the peephole as he walked up the steps, carrying 2 bags of groceries. He looked normal. He looked tired. He reached for his keys, and I saw his hand, a normal, calloused human hand. I unlocked the door and practically pulled him inside, slamming it shut behind him. He looked at me like I'd lost my mind, seeing me standing there white as a sheet, covered in sweat, holding an axe in the middle of the kitchen. "What in the hell is wrong with you, boy?" he asked. I tried to tell him. I stumbled through the story of the voice, the pale thing in the briars, and the impact on the door. He didn't laugh. He didn't call me crazy. He just got very quiet and walked over to the back door. He examined the cracked frame and the deep, gouged indentations in the solid oak that looked like they'd been made by something much harder than a human fist. He didn't say a word. He just went to the gun cabinet, pulled out his 12 gauge, and loaded it. We sat in the living room together that night, the lights turned off, watching the tree line through the blinds. We didn't see it again, but around 3 a.m., the woods erupted in a sound I can only describe as a chorus of mimicry. We heard the sound of a baby crying, the sound of a woman screaming for help, and then, most chillingly, the sound of our own voices from earlier that evening, played back in a distorted, mocking loop. "What in the hell is wrong with you, boy?" the woods whispered back at us. "Eli, come here." We sold the property 6 months later. My dad never talked about what happened that night. I never pushed him to. But I noticed that for the rest of the time we lived there, he never went outside without his sidearm, and he never, ever called my name from a distance. If he wanted me, he'd walk right up to me and touch my shoulder. In the mountains, you learn that sound is a luxury, and sometimes the things that listen are much better at speaking than we are. Even now, years later and states away, I can't be near a forest at dusk. When the wind catches the trees just right and creates that whistling, hollow sound, I don't hear the wind. I hear my father's voice, flat and mechanical, calling me back into the dark. Story 2. I remember that night like it was etched into the back of my eyelids, replaying every time I closed them in the dark. It was late summer, back in 2012, when the heat of the day lingered into the evening like a bad habit you can't shake. Me and my 2 buddies, Jake and Tommy, had this ritual we'd kept up since high school: night fishing along the Blue Ridge Parkway. We'd pile into my old Ford pickup, the one with the rusted fenders and the engine that grumbled like an old man, and drive up into those winding mountains where the world felt a million miles away. The spot we favored was this bend in the creek, tucked off a gravel pullout about an hour north of Asheville. It wasn't marked on any maps. You had to know the turnoff by the crooked oak that leaned over the road like it was whispering secrets. The water there ran clear and cold, fed by springs higher up, and the trout bit like they were starving after dark. We'd string up our lines, crack open a few beers, and just let the quiet sink in. No cell service, no distractions, just the 3 of us against the night. That particular evening started out ordinary enough. Jake had just gotten off a double shift at the mill, his hands still stained with sawdust, and Tommy was nursing a breakup, talking too loud about how he didn't need her anyway. I was the quiet one. Always had been, content to listen while I baited my hook with night crawlers we dug up earlier. We parked the truck facing the creek, headlights cutting through the twilight before we switched them off to save the battery. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, the kind that sticks to your clothes and reminds you how small you are in these hills. As we trudged down the short path to the water's edge, our boots crunching on fallen leaves, I noticed the sky was unusually clear. Stars punched through the canopy like pinpricks in black velvet, and the moon hung low, casting a silvery glow over everything. We set up our lanterns on the bank. The soft hiss of the gas mantles the only sound breaking the stillness. Tommy lit a cigarette, the flame flickering in his cupped hands, and Jake cracked a joke about how we'd catch enough fish to feed the whole county. I laughed along, but something fell off from the start. The usual symphony of the night, the crickets chirping in rhythm, the occasional hoot of an owl, was absent. It was like the forest had decided to hold its breath. We cast our lines into the bend where the creek widened into a lazy pool, the current murmuring softly against the rocks. For the first hour or so, it was peaceful. Jake hooked a decent brown trout, its scales flashing in the lantern light as he reeled it in, whooping like he'd won the lottery. Tommy passed around the thermos of coffee, laced with a splash of whiskey, the warmth spreading through my chest and easing the chill that was starting to creep in. We talked about nothing and everything, the way the economy was tanking, how the old-timers used to tell stories about these woods being haunted by the ghosts of miners who'd never come out of the shafts. I'd grown up hearing those tales from my granddad, who swore he'd seen lights flickering in the trees where no one lived. "The mountains remember," he'd say, his voice gravelly from years of tobacco. "They keep what's lost." I brushed it off as folklore back then, but sitting there in the dark, with the silence pressing in, those words nagged at me. The air felt heavier than usual, like a storm was brewing even though the sky was clear. Every now and then, a leaf would rustle overhead, and I'd glance up expecting wind, but there was none. Just that oppressive quiet. After a while, nature called, and I excused myself to head upstream. "Don't get lost in the bushes," Tommy teased, his laughter echoing a bit too sharply off the water. I grabbed my flashlight, the beam cutting a narrow path through the underbrush as I picked my way along the creek bank. The rocks were slick with moss, and I had to steady myself against tree trunks, their bark rough under my palms. The lantern light from the guys faded behind me, swallowed by the curve of the hill, leaving me in near total darkness, save for my flashlight and the moon's pale wash. I found a spot about 50 yards up where the creek narrowed and the water rushed faster over pebbles. As I stood there, relieving myself, the silence hit me harder. No frogs croaking, no rustle of small animals in the leaves. It was like the whole world had gone mute, and I was the only thing left making noise, my breath coming in soft puffs, the zipper of my jeans sounding unnaturally loud. That's when I heard it. A splash. Not the gentle lap of the current, but something deliberate like a rock being tossed in, or worse, something breaking the surface. It came from across the creek, maybe 20 feet away, where the opposite bank rose steeply into a tangle of rhododendrons and laurel. I froze, mid-zip, my heart skipping a beat. Probably a deer, I muttered to myself, trying to shake off the unease. Deer came down to drink all the time, especially at night. I swung my flashlight over, the beam dancing across the water, catching ripples that spread out in widening circles. But no deer. The splashing continued, softer now, like footsteps wading through shallow water. I squinted into the gloom, the moon reflecting off the creek in jagged shards. Then, something rose from the depths, not burst out, but emerged slowly, deliberately, water sluicing off its form. At first, my mind tried to make sense of it as an animal. It was the size of a large coyote, maybe bigger, with matted fur that clung wetly to its frame. But as it straightened, I realized it wasn't on all fours. It stood upright, wading through the current with jerky, uneven steps, like its limbs weren't quite built for it. The face. God, the face is what haunts me. It wasn't right. Too flat for a coyote, with a snout that seemed shortened, almost human-like in its proportions. The eyes caught the moonlight, reflecting back a dull, knowing glare. Not the wild panic of a beast, but something intelligent, malicious. It locked onto me, and I felt exposed like it was sizing me up, deciding what to do next. The smell hit me then, carried on a faint breeze, a rancid mix of rotting meat and sulfur, like something dead had been dragged through a swamp. It made my stomach churn while rising in my throat. I couldn't move at first. My flashlight trembled in my hand, the beam jittering over its form. It took another step closer, the water parting around its legs, which looked too long, too thin, ending in paws that splayed out unnaturally on the rocks. Was it a coyote with some disease? Rabies, maybe twisting its body into something grotesque? Or one of those feral dogs the old folks whispered about, abandoned pets gone wild in the hills? But no dog walked like that, with a hunched posture that mimicked a man's slouch. It tilted its head slightly, as if listening, and a low rumble escaped its throat. Not a growl, but something guttural, almost like a choked word. My blood ran cold. I backed up a step, my boots slipping on the moss, and that's when the spell broke. "Jake! Tommy!" I screamed, my voice cracking through the night like a gunshot. The thing paused, its ears, or what passed for them, twitching. Then it started moving faster, splashing toward my side of the creek with purpose. I turned and ran, scrambling up the incline, branches whipping at my face, roots snagging my feet. The flashlight bobbed wildly, casting shadows that danced like pursuers. Behind me, the splashing grew louder, turning into a wet slap against the bank, then a crunch on gravel. It was following. My lungs burned as I burst back into the lantern light, where Jake and Tommy were staring wide-eyed, rods forgotten. "What the hell?" Jake started, but I cut him off. "Something's coming. We gotta go." Tommy laughed nervously at first, thinking it was a joke, but then he heard it too, the uneven gait pounding closer, accompanied by that god-awful smell wafting ahead like a warning. We didn't wait. Jake yanked up the lanterns, singeing his hand, but not caring, while Tommy grabbed the cooler. I fumbled for the keys in my pocket, heart hammering so hard I thought it had burst. We piled into the truck, doors slamming in a frenzy. I jammed the key into the ignition, the engine roaring to life just as a shape loomed at the edge of the light. It was there, standing on the gravel pullout, silhouetted against the trees. Upright still, chest heaving, those eyes fixed on us. Jake cursed under his breath, Tommy whispering prayers he'd probably forgotten since Sunday school. I threw the truck into reverse, tires spinning on loose stones, then floored it down the parkway. The headlights swept over it for a split second. First slick with water, limbs akimbo, face twisted in what looked like a snarl or a grimace. It didn't chase at first, just watched, but as we gained speed, I heard it. A gallop on the pavement, fading but persistent. Glancing in the rearview mirror, my blood turned to ice. There it was, loping after us in the red glow of the taillights. Not tiring, keeping pace for longer than any animal should. The road curved and it vanished around a bend, but I didn't slow down until we hit the highway, miles away. We didn't speak much on the drive home, just chain-smoked with the windows cracked, the night air rushing in to chase away the stench that clung to our clothes. Jake tried to rationalize it later. A bear with mange, maybe, or a prankster in a suit. But we all knew better. Bears don't walk like that, don't stare with such intent. That was the last time we went night fishing. Jake moved out west a year later, said the mountains felt too close after that. Tommy drinks more now, jumps at shadows. Me? I still live in the shadow of those ridges, but I don't venture out after dark. Sometimes, when the wind carries that sulfur tang or the crickets fall silent, I wonder if it's still out there, waiting at the bend in the creek. Watching, remembering. The mountains keep what's lost, my granddad said. I think maybe they birth things too, twisted echoes of what was once human, feral and forgotten, stalking the edges of our world. And on quiet nights, when sleep won't come, I check the locks and listen for splashes in the distance, knowing that some encounters don't end when you drive away. They follow you home, burrowing into your bones, leaving you forever changed, forever afraid of what lurks just beyond the light. Story 3. I've spent the better part of 15 years hiking through the Appalachian Range. And if there's one thing these mountains teach you, it's that you are never truly alone, even when the nearest paved road is 20 miles behind you. Most people think of the woods as a peaceful escape, a place to clear your head and reconnect with nature. But for those of us who grew up in the shadow of these ridges, we know that nature isn't always something you want to connect with. There's a certain kind of silence that settles over the high ridges of the Tennessee-North Carolina border, a silence that feels heavy, like it's holding its breath, waiting for you to make a mistake. I never believed in the stories the old-timers told about the things that lived in the laurel slicks and the deep hollows. I was a man of gear, maps, and logic. That changed last October on a stretch of the ridge that doesn't have a name on any official survey map. I had planned a 3-day solo trek to clear my mind after a rough few months at work. The weather was perfect, crisp, biting air, and a sky so clear the stars looked like they were within arm's reach. By the time I reached the summit of the ridge, the sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the valleys in shades of bruised purple and deep gold. I found a small, flat clearing near a cluster of stunted, wind-whipped pines and set up my ultralight tent. It was a simple setup, just enough to keep the dew off and provide a bit of psychological comfort against the vastness of the dark. I made a small fire, ate some dehydrated chili, and watched the embers die down until the cold forced me into my sleeping bag. The woods were quiet, too quiet. Usually, you'd hear the occasional owl or the scurrying of a field mouse, but that night, it was like the mountain had gone deaf. I fell into a restless sleep, the kind where you're constantly aware of the thin layer of nylon separating you from the elements. Around 2 a.m., I snapped awake. There was no transition from sleep to consciousness. I was just suddenly, jarringly alert. My heart was thumping against my ribs, and my ears were straining for whatever had woken me. For several minutes, there was nothing but the sound of my own shallow breathing. Then I heard it, a soft, dry sound like a dead leaf dragging across silk. It was coming from the back of the tent. My blood turned to ice as I realized something was brushing against the rain fly. It wasn't the wind. There wasn't even a breeze to rustle the pines. This was deliberate. It was a slow, exploratory movement, tracing the line of the tent's spine. I reached out and gripped the handle of my bushcraft knife, the cold steel offering a pathetic sense of security. I sat up as silently as I could, my eyes fixed on the gray fabric of the tent. That's when the moonlight caught a silhouette that I will never be able to unsee. A hand pressed against the rain fly. But it wasn't a human hand, at least not one that belonged to anyone I'd ever met. The fingers were impossibly long, stretching nearly the entire height of the tent wall, and they seemed to have far too many joints. They bent and rippled like the legs of a spider, moving with a fluid, hypnotic grace. The pressure was light, almost curious, as if the thing on the other side was trying to understand the texture of the material. Then the tapping started. It wasn't a random scratching. It was a rhythmic, steady tap, tap, tap on the nylon. It was a sound that suggested intelligence, a patient, mocking kind of intelligence. I sat there in the dark, paralyzed by a primal fear that I didn't know I possessed. I felt like a rabbit huddled in a burrow while a wolf paced outside. The tapping moved from the back of the tent to the side, then slowly toward the front flap. Every fiber of my being wanted to scream, to lash out through the fabric with my knife, but I knew that making a sound would be an invitation. I held my breath until my lungs burned, watching those elongated shadows dance across my shelter. The tapping continued for what felt like hours, psychological torture designed to break my resolve. Eventually, the pressure lifted. I heard a sound like heavy, wet fabric being dragged over the earth, followed by the soft crunch of pine needles as something moved away from my camp. I waited, counting the seconds, then the minutes. My mind was racing, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe it was a bear with some kind of deformity, or a person playing a sick, elaborate prank. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. No human could have fingers that long, and no bear moves with that kind of silent, articulated precision. I needed to know if it was gone. It was the classic mistake, the curiosity that overrides survival instinct. I leaned forward, my trembling hands finding the zipper of the tent flap. I moved the zipper an inch at a time, the sound of the teeth gnashing together feeling like a gunshot in the silence. I peeled back the flap just enough to peer out into the clearing. The moonlight was bright, casting long, stark shadows across the ridge. At first, the clearing looked empty. Then I saw it. About 30 yards away, standing near the edge of the drop-off, was a deer. It was a large buck, its antlers white and jagged in the moon's glow. But as I watched, the deer shifted and my stomach did a slow, nauseating flip. Its neck was snapped completely sideways, its head resting at an impossible angle against its shoulder, yet its eyes were wide and bright, fixed directly on my tent. The horror escalated when the creature began to move. It didn't bolt on four legs like a normal deer. It rose up on its hind legs, its spine popping and cracking with a sound like dry, kindling, snapping in a fire. It stood nearly 7 feet tall, its front legs dangling limply at its sides like useless appendages. It began to walk toward me, its gait fluid yet entirely wrong, a bipedal swagger that mimicked the way a person might walk if they had no bones in their hips. It was moving with a terrifying purpose, its head still lolling uselessly to the side while its gaze remained locked on me. It wasn't a deer. It was something else wearing the shape of a deer, like a discarded coat. The survival switch in my brain finally flipped. I didn't care about my expensive gear, my tent, or my dignity. I grabbed my car keys from the pocket of my pack and lunged out of the tent in one explosive movement. I didn't even look back. I hit the trail at a dead sprint, my headlamp bouncing wildly as it cut through the darkness. The trail was a narrow, treacherous path of roots and loose rock, but I ran with a reckless abandon, knowing that if I fell, I might never get back up. Almost immediately, I heard a sound that made my heart stop. Off to my left, in the dense brush parallel to the trail, something was keeping pace with me. It wasn't trying to hide its presence anymore. I could hear the heavy, wet thud of limbs hitting the ground and the sound of saplings being snapped like toothpicks. It was fast, faster than any human could ever hope to be. Every time I glanced to my left, I caught flashes of that pale, distorted shape moving through the trees. It stayed exactly 20 yards away, a constant predatory presence that seemed to be herding me toward the trailhead. I tripped over a protruding root and went down hard, the wind knocked out of my lungs and my palms shredded by the gravel. I scrambled to my feet, the sound of the thing in the brush stopping instantly. It was waiting for me. I could hear a low, wet chittering sound coming from the darkness, a sound that reminded me of the tapping on my tent. I kept running, my lungs screaming for air and the copper taste of blood in the back of my throat. The 3-mile hike back to the trailhead felt like 30. Every shadow looked like those long, jointed fingers. Every rustle of the wind sounded like my name being whispered in a voice that shouldn't have a tongue. I finally saw the glint of moonlight on the windshield of my SUV. I didn't slow down until I reached the door, fumbling with the key fob with hands that refused to stop shaking. I dove into the driver's seat and slammed the locks just as a heavy weight hit the back of the vehicle. The entire car rocked on its suspension. I fumbled the keys into the ignition and threw the car into reverse, the tires screaming on the gravel. As I swung the car around, my headlights swept across the edge of the woods. For a split second, I saw it standing there. The deer thing, upright and towering, its head still snapped to the side. But it wasn't alone. Behind it, emerging from the shadows of the pines, were 3 or 4 other shapes, all pale and spindly, their limbs long and many-jointed. They weren't attacking, they were just watching me go, their dark, hollow eyes reflecting the light like shards of obsidian. I drove for 4 hours without stopping, not even when I hit the main highway. I didn't go back for my gear. I didn't call the rangers. What was I going to tell them? That a deer walked on 2 legs and tapped on my tent? They would have laughed and told me I'd had a vivid nightmare or a reaction to the altitude. But I know what I felt. I know the weight that hit my car. A few days later, I worked up the courage to look at the back of my SUV. There were 4 deep, narrow gouges in the metal of the tailgate. Marks that looked less like claws and more like the imprints of incredibly long, powerful fingernails. I don't go hiking anymore. I sold my gear on a local marketplace and haven't set foot in a forest since that October. My friends think I just got burnt out on the hobby, but the truth is much simpler. I can't stand the silence of the woods anymore because I know what's filling it. Sometimes at night, when it's very quiet in my suburban house, I'll hear a light tapping on my bedroom window. I tell myself it's just a tree branch or the house settling in the wind. But I never open the curtains to check. I just lie there in the dark, clutching my blankets, and wait for the sun to come up, praying that whatever is out there doesn't decide to see if I'm still awake. There are things in those mountains that have been there long before we arrived, and they've learned how to mimic the things we think we understand. They don't want to be found, and they certainly don't want us in their home. I was lucky to get out once. I'm not foolish enough to think I'd be lucky a second time. These days, I keep the lights on until dawn, but even then, I can still feel those long, jointed fingers tracing the edges of my mind, waiting for the next time I find myself alone in the dark. Story 4. I've always been the one my family turns to for the odd jobs, the ones that take you out into the backcountry where cell signals die and the world feels like it's holding its secrets close. My Uncle Harlan owns about 200 acres in eastern Kentucky, tucked into the folds of the Daniel Boone National Forest. It's rugged land, steep ridges choked with oak and hickory, valleys that swallow sunlight early, and creeks that run cold even in July. He'd inherited it from his daddy, who'd logged it back in the day, but now it's mostly for hunting deer and turkey or just escaping the noise of town. Harlan's getting up there in years, his knees shot from years in the coal mine, so when he called me that October afternoon in 2019, asking if I'd swing by and collect the SD card from his trail cameras, I didn't think twice. Deer season's coming, he grumbled over the phone, his voice crackling like dry leaves. Need to see what's moving out there. I figured it'd be a quick trip, grab the cards, maybe spot some wildlife on the way. I loaded up my backpack with fresh batteries and headed out in my Jeep, the tires humming on the blacktop before turning onto the gravel road that snaked up to his gate. The property starts easy enough, with a wide meadow where Harlan parks his old tractor, but it drops off quick into what we've always called the hollers, a series of deep, shadowed valleys that feel like they haven't changed since the Shawnee roamed them. Legends cling to places like that around here. Folks talk about feral people, descendants of miners or moonshiners who went wild after the Depression, living off the land like ghosts. My grandpap used to spin yarns by the fire about hearing voices in the wind or seeing eyeshine that wasn't from any coon or possum. I'd laugh it off as a kid, but driving deeper that day, with the sun dipping behind the ridges, those stories nipped at the edges of my mind. The air cooled fast as I bumped along the ATV trail Harlan had cut years back, the Jeep too wide for the narrower paths. I parked at the first drop-off and switched to the four-wheeler he keeps chained there, its engine sputtering to life with a puff of blue smoke. The trail wound down, switchbacking through thickets of mountain laurel that grabbed at my sleeves like bony fingers. Leaves were turning, a riot of red and gold overhead, but down in the hollers, everything muted to browns and grays, the understory dense with fallen branches and vines that tripped you if you weren't careful. It took about 40 minutes to reach the furthest camera, the one bolted to a gnarled walnut tree at the bottom of the deepest valley. By then, the light was fading, the sky a bruised purple through the canopy. I killed the engine and sat for a moment listening. The hollers have their own quiet. A heavy silence broken only by the drip of water from mossy rocks or the distant call of a crow. No traffic hum, no neighbors yelling. Just you and whatever else calls that place home. I slung my backpack over my shoulder and hiked the last 100 yards, my boots sinking into the soft leaf litter. The air smelled of damp earth and decaying wood. That rich, loamy scent that reminds you life and death are tangled up tight in these woods. The camera was right where Harlan said, strapped about chest high, its lens pointed at a game trail that crossed a small clearing. I popped out the SD card, swapped it with a fresh one, and figured I'd give the photos a quick once-over on my portable digital viewer. No sense hauling back blanks if something was wrong with the setup. I leaned against the tree trunk, the bark rough against my back, and powered up the viewer, the small screen glowing faintly in the gathering dusk. The first batch was what you'd expect, time-stamped shots triggered by motion. A couple of does grazing at dawn, their ears perked. A fat raccoon waddling through at midnight, eyes reflecting the infrared flash like tiny coals. Then a buck, impressive rack, rubbing against a sapling. Normal stuff, the kind that gets Harlan excited for opening day. I scrolled faster, the images blurring into a flipbook of forest life. But as I hit the most recent ones, taken just minutes before I'd arrived, something shifted. The timestamps read 5:47 p.m., 5:48 p.m., 5:49 p.m., right around when I'd been hiking down. The first showed the empty clearing, but in the background, partially obscured by the tree I was leaning on, there was a shape. Tall, maybe 6.5 feet, emaciated like it hadn't eaten in months, skin hanging loose over bones. Grayish tone, not like fur but mottled, dirty flesh. It stood hunched, one hand, or paw, gripping the bark just above where my shoulder rested now. My breath caught. I zoomed in, the pixelated image sharpening enough to show details that made my skin crawl. The figure's face was turned away, but its posture screamed wrongness. Too lean, too still, like a scarecrow come to life. The next photo, a minute later, it had shifted, peering around the trunk toward the camera. Eyes caught the flash, not animal bright, but dull, almost absorbing the light. The face. God, the face. Elongated jaw, sunken cheeks, but human enough to twist your gut. Like one of those meth addicts you see haunting the edges of town, but worse. Feral, stripped of anything civilized. Wisps of hair matted down, arms too long, ending in fingers that looked claw-tipped. And in the last one, 5:49 p.m., it stared straight at the lens. Mouth slightly open, revealing uneven teeth, expression unreadable. Curious? Hungry? I felt a chill race up my spine, the kind that locks your joints. This thing had been here, right here while I approached, watching, and I was still leaning against the same damn tree. I lowered the viewer slowly, my hand shaking. The woods seemed quieter now, the drip of water louder in my ears. Then from the brush to my right, maybe 10 feet away, a low guttural growl rolled out. Not a dog's bark or a bear's huff, but something primal, vibrating through the ground like it came from deep in a throat that hadn't spoken words in years. My heart slammed against my ribs. I didn't turn to look. Instinct screamed not to. I pocketed the viewer and bolted, feet pounding the leaf-strewn path back to the ATV. Branches slapped my face, roots snagged my boots, but I didn't slow. Behind me, twigs snapped, sharp, deliberate cracks like something heavy was mirroring my path. Heavy breathing rasped, not mine, sinking with the snaps, getting closer. Was on all fours? Upright? I didn't dare glance back. The valley walls closed in, shadows lengthening as the last light bled away. My lungs burned, sweat stinging my eyes, but the ATV loomed ahead, a squat shape in the gloom. I vaulted onto the seat, key fumbling in the ignition. The engine roared to life, headlights piercing the dark like accusatory fingers. As I gunned it up the trail, tires spinning on loose dirt, the beams swept the trees, and there it was, loping alongside, parallel to the path, maybe 15 yards off. Tall, emaciated, gray skin gleaming pale in the lights. It moved with a jerky grace, arms pumping, legs eating ground at a pace that shouldn't be possible. 30 miles an hour, the speedometer climbing, and it kept up, dodging trunks like it knew every root and hollow. Its face turned toward me once, eyes reflecting red in the headlights, mouth open in what might have been a silent howl. The growl echoed again, closer now, vibrating through the handlebars. Panic clawed at me. Images of it leaping, dragging me off into the underbrush. The holler stretched on, the trail twisting, but it didn't tire. Snaps and crashes flanked me, leaves rustling in its wake. Finally, the path leveled, spitting me out onto the wider gravel where I'd left the Jeep. I didn't stop, transferring straight to the truck, doors locking with a click that felt too flimsy. The engine turned over, tires kicking gravel as I peeled out toward the main road. In the rear view, shadows danced, but nothing emerged. The pursuit faded, or maybe it chose to stop. I drove straight to Harlan's, hands white-knuckled on the wheel, breath coming in gasps. He met me on the porch, shotgun in hand, must have heard the tires screeching. "What in the hell happened, boy?" he asked, eyes narrowing at my face. I showed him the photos, words tumbling out in a rush. He stared at the screen, face paling under his beard. "Seen something like that once," he muttered, voice low. "Back in '82, down in the hollers. Thought it was a squatter gone wild. Never spoke of it. We deleted the files that night, but copies haunt my phone, pulled up on sleepless nights. I don't go back there anymore. Harlan sold off some acreage, but the hollers stay untouched, too remote, too whispered about. Locals nod when I mention it, sharing glances that say they know. Feral people, they call them. Survivors of hard times, twisted by isolation, scavenging like animals. Or maybe something older, born from the land itself. I hear that growl in dreams, feel eyes on me when I hike alone. The mountains hold their own, swallowing secrets and spitting out echoes. What I saw that day wasn't hunting me for sport. It was warning or claiming territory. And sometimes, driving those winding roads at dusk, I catch a glimpse in the tree line. Tall, gray, watching. Waiting for the next fool to lean against the wrong tree. The dread never leaves. It roots deep, like the valleys themselves, reminding me that in these hills, you're never truly alone. Just unobserved until you are. Story 5. I grew up on the eastern edge of the Monongahela National Forest, so I'm no stranger to the way the mountains can play tricks on your mind. In West Virginia, the woods don't just feel like a collection of trees. They feel like a massive, breathing entity that watches you with 1,000 hidden eyes. My father used to tell me that the old service roads were built for a reason, but that didn't mean they were meant for us to use after the sun went down. I always laughed it off as old mountain superstition, the kind of folklore designed to keep kids from wandering off and getting lost in a sinkhole or an old mine shaft. But 3 years ago, on a humid Friday night in late July, I learned that some warnings aren't based on myth, they're based on survival. I was heading home from a job site near Elkins, and the main highway was a complete mess due to a multi-car accident. The GPS was flashing deep red, estimating a 3-hour delay. Being exhausted and impatient, I decided to take a shortcut I'd seen on the topographical maps, a winding gravel service road that cut straight through a dense patch of the national forest. It was supposed to shave 40 minutes off my drive. The sun was just beginning to tuck itself behind the jagged peaks of the ridges, casting long, distorted shadows across the road. For the first few miles, it was actually peaceful. The smell of damp pine and hemlock filled my car, and the only sound was the rhythmic crunch of gravel under my tires. But as the light faded from gold to a bruised, sickly purple, the atmosphere shifted. The forest seemed to close in on the road. The trees grew taller and leaned inward, their branches interlocking overhead like the ribs of a cathedral. My headlights cut through the growing gloom, but the light seemed to be swallowed up by the density of the undergrowth. I realized I hadn't seen another set of tire tracks in the dust for miles. I was completely alone in a part of the world that felt like it had been forgotten by time. About 5 miles into the forest, the road dipped into a low hollow where a thick, milky fog had settled. I slowed down to about 15 miles per hour, my eyes straining against the white wall of mist. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a fallen branch or perhaps a discarded pile of trash. It sat directly in the center of the narrow road, a dark, slumped mass of what looked like wet rags or matted fur. I slammed on my brakes, my car skidding slightly on the loose stones before coming to a halt about 20 feet away. My heart was thumping in my throat. I sat there with the engine idling, waiting for a deer to bolt or a bear to lumber off into the brush. But the pile didn't move. It just sat there, unnervingly still. I gave a short honk of my horn, hoping to scare it off. Instead of running, the pile began to unravel. It was a slow, mechanical movement, like a folding chair being opened by invisible hands. I watched in frozen horror as long, spindly limbs emerged from the mass. The skin was the color of a fish's belly, pale, translucent, and stretched so tight over a frame of skeletal bone that I could see the dark pulse of veins underneath. It didn't stand up like an animal. It unfolded itself, joint by joint, until it was standing on 2 elongated, digitigrade legs. It had the torso of a starving man, the ribs protruding sharply, but the head was something else entirely. It was the elongated, narrow skull of a wolf, stripped of its dignity, covered in that same sickly, hairless skin. Its eyes weren't glowing like an animal's reflection. They were flat, matte black pits that seemed to absorb the light from my high beams. The creature tilted its head at a sharp, unnatural angle, its neck snapping with a sound like dry kindling. Then it opened its maw. It didn't growl. It let out a shriek that tore through the cabin of my car, a high-pitched, metallic rasp that sounded like a circular saw hitting a rusted nail. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated malice. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to get out of there. I didn't even think. I slammed the shifter into reverse, the transmission screaming in protest as I floored the gas. The car fishtailed wildly, gravel spraying against the undercarriage like gunfire. I managed to swing the rear end around, nearly clipping a massive oak tree, and pointed the car back toward the direction I'd come from. I shifted into drive and pinned the needle. The engine roared, and I felt a brief moment of relief as the creature disappeared from my front view. But that relief lasted all of 3 seconds. As I accelerated, I glanced at my driver's side mirror. I saw a blur of motion in the ditch. I looked directly out the side window, and my blood turned to ice. The thing was there. It was running on all fours now, its back arching and dipping with a fluid, predatory grace. It was keeping pace with me at 40 miles per player, its limbs moving in a rhythmic, terrifying blur. Its face was level with my window, only inches away from the glass, and it was smiling. It wasn't a snarl. It was a wide, human-like grin that stretched from one side of its narrow skull to the other, revealing rows of small, needle-sharp teeth that looked like they belonged to a deep-sea fish. It looked delighted. It looked like it was enjoying the hunt. The creature's eyes remained locked on mine, never flickering toward the road or the obstacles in the ditch. It was as if it didn't need to see where it was going. Suddenly, It lurched inward. Thud! The entire car jolted to the right as the creature slammed its shoulder into my door. The sound of metal buckling was sickeningly loud. I screamed, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white, trying to keep the car from spinning out into the trees. It hit the door again, and I could see the interior plastic paneling flex inward toward my hip. It was trying to disable the vehicle or force me off the road. I knew that if I crashed, I was dead. There was no self-service out here, no rangers, and no one knew I'd taken this road. I pushed the car harder than I ever thought a four-cylinder engine could go, the speedometer climbing to 60 on a road that was meant for 20. The car was bouncing violently over the ruts, the suspension bottoming out with every hit. The creature was still there, its grin never wavering, its pale body a ghost-like streak against the dark green of the forest. We reached a long, slightly more level straightaway where the trees thinned out just a bit. I saw my chance and buried the pedal into the floor mat. The gap between us finally started to widen. An inch, then a foot, then a car length. The creature let out another one of those metallic shrieks, a sound filled with frustration and rage. I didn't look back until I saw the faint glow of a paved road in the distance. I didn't stop at the intersection. I blew through the stop sign and kept going until I reached a well-lit gas station 2 towns over. I sat in the parking lot for nearly an hour, my hands shaking so violently I couldn't even unbuckle my seatbelt. When I finally got out to inspect the damage, I felt a wave of nausea. The driver's side door was caved in with a series of deep, vertical gouges in the paint that went all the way down to the bare metal. They weren't claw marks. They looked like the indentations of long, bony fingers. And there, stuck in the crevice of the window's seal, was a small tuft of gray, coarse hair and a smear of thick, black fluid that smelled like a stagnant pond. I never told the police the truth. I told the insurance company I'd hit a deer that had panicked and charged the car. They looked at the damage skeptically. Deer don't usually dent doors that high up, but they processed the claim anyway. I moved out of West Virginia a few months later. I took a job in the flatlands of Ohio, where the horizon is wide and the trees are thin. People ask me why I don't go hiking or camping anymore, especially since I grew up in such a beautiful part of the country. I just tell them I've had my fill of the outdoors. But the truth is, I still can't sleep without a white noise machine to drown out the silence. Every time I hear a branch scrape against the side of my house or a car door slam in the distance, I see that pale, translucent face in the window. I see that wide, toothy grin. I know that thing is still out there in the Monongahela, waiting in the fog of a low hollow for the next person to try and save 40 minutes on their drive home. And sometimes, when I'm driving alone at night on a quiet road, I find myself checking the ditch in my peripheral vision, terrified that I'll see those spindly limbs unfolding once again, ready to keep pace. The mountains don't forget, and whatever I encounter that night, I think it's still waiting for me to come back. Story 6. It was supposed to be a simple weekend escape, the kind you plan when life in the city starts grinding you down. Me and my buddy Mark, his girlfriend Sarah, and my old college roommate Dave, we'd all been talking about it for months. North Carolina's Smoky Mountains called to us like they always do, with promises of fresh air and no deadlines. Mark found the listing online, a rustic cabin buried deep in the Nantahala National Forest, off a dirt road that twisted like a snake through the ridges. Secluded, the ad boasted with photos of knotty pine walls and a wraparound porch overlooking nothing but trees. No neighbors for miles, just the whisper of wind through the pines and the occasional hoot of an owl. We loaded up Mark's SUV with coolers of beer, fishing gear, and enough firewood to last a week, even though we only booked 3 nights. The drive from Charlotte took longer than expected, the GPS losing signal halfway in, forcing us to navigate by faded signs and instinct. By the time we pulled up that Friday afternoon in late September 2017, the sun was already dipping behind the peaks, casting long shadows that made the cabin look smaller, more huddled against the forest. We unpacked with the usual banter. Dave cracking jokes about bears raiding our snacks, Sarah complaining about the spotty cell service that dropped to 0 bars once we crossed the last bridge. The cabin was as advertised. 1 main room with a stone fireplace, a kitchenette in the corner, and 2 bedrooms off a short hall. The furniture smelled of old wood smoke and mothballs, the kind of scent that seeps into your clothes and lingers. We claimed bunks, stoked a fire to chase off the chill, and grilled burgers on the porch as dust settled. The air turned crisp, carrying the tang of falling leaves and distant rain. Out there, the world felt vast and empty. No streetlights, no hum of traffic, just the rustle of branches and the faint gurgle of a creek somewhere down the slope. Mark pulled out his guitar, strumming lazy chords while we passed a bottle of bourbon around. Sarah leaned against him, her laughter echoing into the night. I remember thinking how good it felt, that rare unplugging where worries fade like mist in the morning sun. But even then, there was a subtle undercurrent, a quiet that pressed in a little too hard, like the forest was listening. As the evening wore on, we moved inside, the fire crackling in the hearth casting flickering light across the walls. The main window overlooked the porch, a big pane of glass framed by faded curtains, reflecting the room back at us like a dim mirror. We gathered around the scarred oak table for a game of cards. Poker, with pretzels for chips since none of us had brought cash. Dave dealt, his fingers nimble from years tending bar, while Sarah shuffled the deck with a flourish. Mark and I traded stories about work, the bourbon loosening our tongues. The cabin creaked occasionally, settling in the cooling air, but we paid it no mind. Outside, the darkness was absolute, the kind that swallows flashlights whole. Every now and then, a twig would snap in the woods, probably a deer or possum foraging, but added to the ambience that primal edge that makes you feel alive. I was nursing a lukewarm beer, my cards fanned out, a pair of 8s, nothing special, when I glanced up at the window. The reflection caught my eye first, our faces distorted slightly by the glass, firelight dancing behind us. Mark's broad shoulders, Sarah's ponytail, Dave's grin. And then, something else. At first, I blinked, thinking it was a trick of the light or maybe the bourbon hitting harder than expected. Hovering just above Mark's shoulder in the reflection was an extra face. Pale, gaunt, like it didn't belong. I chuckled softly, assuming one of them was pranking me. Maybe David stuck a mask on a broom or something stupid like that. Nice try, guys, I muttered, turning in my chair to look behind us. The room was empty, just the fireplace and the shadowed hallway. No one there. My laugh died in my throat. I whipped back to the window, heart picking up a notch. The face was still there, but now I saw it clearer, not a reflection from inside. It was outside, pressed against the glass from the porch side. Inches away, separated only by the thin pane. The eyes were milky white, like cataracts clouding over, staring in with an unblinking intensity. The skin looked like old leather, tanned and stretched too tight over sharp bones, wrinkles etched deep like riverbeds in dry earth. It wasn't moving, just watching us, lips parted slightly in what might have been a grimace or a silent word. I froze, cards slipping from my fingers to scatter on the table. What the hell? The words came out whisper thin, but they cut through the chatter. Mark looked up, brow furrowing. You okay, man? Sarah followed my gaze to the window, her face paling as she saw it too. Dave twisted around last, his chair scraping loud against the floor. The thing, whatever it was, seemed to sense our attention. Its mouth opened wider, revealing teeth like needles, uneven and sharp, glinting in the reflected firelight. A long finger, tipped with a yellowed nail that looked more like a claw, rose and tapped against the glass. Tap, tap, slow, deliberate like knocking on a door. The sound echoed in the cabin, sharper than it should have been. Panic surged through me, hot and electric. Lock the doors, I yelled, scrambling to my feet. Chairs toppled as we all moved at once. Mark bolted for the front door, slamming the deadbolt home. Sarah checked the back, her hands shaking on the knob. Dave grabbed the fireplace poker, brandishing it like a sword. I yanked the curtains closed over the window, but not before seeing the face pull back, melting into the shadows. We huddled in the center of the room, backs to each other, breaths coming ragged. The fire popped, sending sparks up the chimney, but it did nothing to warm the chill that had settled in my bones. What was that? Sarah whispered, voice trembling. Mark shook his head, eyes wide. Some junkie? Has to be out here squatting or something. But we all knew it didn't add up. The eyes, the skin. It looked like something starved, feral, pulled from the old stories locals tell about people who vanish into these hills and never come back civilized. Grandpap used to warn about them. Miners gone mad from cave-ins or families driven out by floods, surviving on whatever the forest offered until they weren't quite human anymore. I pushed the thought down, focusing on the now. Dave had remembered the shotguns. Harlan, the owner, had mentioned them in the welcome note, stashed in the closet for varmints. We loaded them with trembling hands, the metallic click of shells sliding home a small comfort. The cabin felt smaller, the walls thinner, as if the night outside was pressing in. Then the circling started. Soft at first, a creak on the porch boards like footsteps testing weight. We froze, listening. It moved clockwise, slow and methodical, pausing at each window. A shadow flickered past the curtains, elongated and wrong. At the side window, a rattle, the handle jiggling as if checking if it was locked. Sarah whimpered, clutching Mark's arm. "It's trying to get in." Dave raised his shotgun, barrel pointed at the door. The footsteps continued, nails scraping lightly on wood, like claws dragging. Then the voice. "Help me." It rasped, muffled through the wall. But it wasn't just any voice. It sounded like Sarah, high and pleading, the way she'd begged Mark to check the weather before we left. We all stared at her. Her mouth was clamped shut, eyes terrified. "Please let me in. It's cold out here." Now it mimicked Dave, his baritone drawl twisted into something desperate. Gooseflesh prickled my arms. How? It must have been listening earlier, eavesdropping from the trees while we laughed on the porch. The thought made my stomach twist, that it had been out there all along, watching us arrive, waiting for night to fall. The pacing went on for hours, or what felt like it. We'd hear it stop, silence stretching taut like a bowstring, then another tap at a window or a scratch at the door. "I'm hurt." It whined in my voice this time, the inflection perfect like a recording played back. I gripped the shotgun tighter, finger hovering near the trigger, sweat slick on my palms. Mark whispered prayers under his breath, ones I hadn't heard since we were kids in church. Sarah buried her face in his shoulder, silent tears soaking his shirt. Dave paced a small circle, muttering curses, but none of us dared approach the windows. The fire dwindled to embers, the room growing colder, shadows lengthening on the walls. Every creak of the cabin settling made us jump, barrels swinging toward the sound. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling leaves, but beneath it was that steady rhythm. Pace, pause, test. I imagine it out there, that leathery face pressed close, milky eyes peering through cracks, learning our fears. Was it alone? Or were there others, drawn by the light, circling in the dark? The isolation hit hard then. The miles of empty forest, no one here if we screamed. We'd come for peace, but found something ancient, hungry, that these hills had hidden for generations. As the night dragged, exhaustion warred with adrenaline. We sat on the floor, backs against the couch, shotguns across our laps. The mimicking stopped around midnight, replaced by low growls that vibrated through the floorboards, like a dog but deeper, more human. Scratches traced the exterior walls, slow drags that set my teeth on edge. Sarah dozed fitfully, jerking awake at every noise. Mark kept watch on the door, his face drawn and pale. Dave and I took turns stoking the fire, the brief flare of light a reminder of our fragility. I thought about calling for help, but the phones were useless, batteries draining in the cold. The thing seemed to sense our weakening. The pauses grew shorter, the tests bolder. A thump against the back door, hard enough to shake the frame. "Open up," it growled in Mark's voice, laced with mockery. We didn't respond, just held our breath, praying for dawn. Time blurred, minutes stretching into eternities, the darkness outside absolute, pressing against the glass like a living thing. Finally, gray light filtered through the curtains, the first hint of morning. The sounds faded, the pacing slowed, then stopped. We waited another hour, ears straining, before Mark crept to the window and peeked out. "Nothing," he whispered, voice hoarse. We unlocked the door, cautiously, shotguns ready, stepping onto the porch. The air was crisp, mist rising from the ground like smoke. Scratches marred the wood around the windows, deep gouges that looked like they'd been made by knives or claws. Footprints circled the cabin, bare and elongated, toes splayed wide in the soft dirt. They led into the trees and vanished. We packed in a frenzy, throwing gear into the SUV, engines roaring as we fled down the dirt road. No one spoke until we hit pavement, the cabin shrinking in the rear view. We reported it to the sheriff in town, a grizzled man who nodded knowingly, mentioning transients or wild men who'd been spotted over the years. Hills swallow folk sometimes, he said, shrugging. Best not to go looking. We nodded, but the doubt lingered. Mark and Sarah split up a few months later. She couldn't sleep without lights on. Dave drinks more now, jumps at shadows. Me? I moved back to the city, but the mountains haunt my dreams. That face in the glass, the voices echoing my own. I avoid windows at night, check locks twice. Sometimes in the quiet hours, I hear tapping, faint and insistent, and wonder if it followed us out. The forest doesn't forget. It waits, patient as the ridges themselves, for the next group seeking solitude. And in that vast emptiness, something watches, mimics, hungers, a remnant of what these lands reclaim, leaving you forever marked, forever listening for the creak on the porch that signals you're not alone. Story 7. The air in the Appalachian backwoods during late November has a way of turning sharp, like a whetted blade that cuts right through your layers. I've lived in these mountains my entire life, and I've been a volunteer firefighter and first responder for nearly 10 of those years. I thought I knew every sound these ridges could produce. The screech of a bobcat, the heavy huff of a black bear, or the way two oak branches groan against each other in a high wind. But nothing in my training or my time in the woods prepared me for the day the mountain decided to talk back. I was out on a solo hunt in a deep ravine near the border of West Virginia and Kentucky, a place where the cell service dies miles before you even reach the trailhead. I had hiked in 3 miles before dawn, setting up my tree stand in a narrow notch where the deer usually travel between the creek bed and the higher ridges. It was a perfect morning for hunting, cold, still, and draped in a heavy, gray fog that made the world feel small and private. I had been sitting in total silence for about 3 hours, watching the forest wake up when a scream ripped through the valley. It wasn't the sound of an animal in distress. It was a human voice, specifically a woman. It was a high-pitched, curdling cry for help that sounded like it was coming from the bottom of the ravine, maybe 200 or 300 yards from my position. As a first responder, you don't really weigh the options in a moment like that. Your body just moves. I didn't think about trespassers or the oddity of a woman being that deep in the brush, without gear. I just thought about someone being hurt. I climbed down from my stand with a frantic haste, slinging my Remington over my shoulder and checking my GPS. The terrain down, there is a nightmare of tangled rhododendron slicks and loose shale, the kind of place where a broken ankle is a death sentence if you're alone. The screams were sporadic, which made tracking them difficult. Every time I thought I was closing in, a fresh cry would drift up from further down the slope, sounding desperate and ragged. "Help me. Please, somebody." It was so clear, so articulate that I started shouting back, telling her to keep talking so I could find her. I pushed through a thicket of thorns that shredded my hunting jacket, my heart hammering against my ribs. The deeper I went, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees were older here, twisted and covered in a thick, prehistoric-looking moss, and the fog was so dense I could barely see 15 feet in front of me. I realized with a sudden, jarring spike of anxiety that I hadn't seen a single bird or squirrel since I'd left my stand. The woods had gone unnaturally quiet, save for those soul-piercing screams. After about 20 minutes of bushwhacking, I reached a small, flat clearing near a dry creek bed. I stopped to catch my breath, my lungs burning from the cold air. "I'm here," I yelled. "Where are you?" The screaming stopped instantly. It wasn't a fade-out or a trailing cry. It was as if someone had flipped a switch. The silence that followed was heavy, almost physical, pressing against my eardrums. I stood there, clutching my rifle, rotating slowly as I scanned the wall of rhododendrons. Then, the laughter started. It wasn't a woman's laugh. It was a low, guttural, mocking sound that didn't seem to have a single point of origin. It sounded like it was coming from the trees, from the ground, and from the air all at once. It was the sound of someone who had just pulled off a very successful, very cruel prank. A cold dread began to wash over me, the kind that tells your lizard brain that you've been lured into a trap. I checked my GPS, but the screen was just flickering with static, something that had never happened before. I tried to orient myself, but in the fog and the thicket, every direction looked identical. I was just about to turn and try to retrace my path through the broken briars when a movement caught my eye about 20 yards ahead. A deer, a doe, stepped out from behind a massive hemlock. She looked normal enough at first, though her coat was a sickly, mottled gray and her eyes were far too large for her head. She didn't bolt when she saw me. She just stood there, her head tilted at an angle that looked like her neck had been snapped and poorly reset. I raised my rifle, not because I wanted to hunt, but because the way she was looking at me made me feel like I was the one being hunted. My hand started to shake, a fine, uncontrollable tremor that made the barrel of the Remington dance. The doe then did something that defied every law of nature I've ever witnessed. She shifted her weight, her spine popping with a series of loud, wet cracks that sounded like knuckles being broken, and she rose up on her hind legs. She didn't just stand, she elongated. Her front legs dangled like useless, broken arms, and her neck stretched upward, making her nearly 7 feet tall. She looked down at me with those vacant, obsidian eyes, and her jaw unhinged. "Help me," she said. It wasn't a grunt or a bleat. It was the exact voice of the woman I had been chasing. The same pitch, the same desperate inflection, the same gravelly undertone of fear. Seeing those human words come out of a distorted, upright animal triggered an uncanny valley response, so powerful I actually felt a wave of nausea. I tried to squeeze the trigger to end the nightmare standing in front of me, but my fingers felt like lead. The thing took a step forward, its movements jerky and mechanical, its joints clicking like a rhythmic metronome. With every step, its limbs seemed to grow thinner and longer, the skin stretching so tight I could see the sharp edges of the bone underneath. The mocking laughter started again, but this time it was coming from the throat of the creature. It was a dual-layered sound, the woman's voice crying for help and the low, dark laughter playing underneath it at the same time. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I turned and ran. I've never run like that in my life. I didn't care about the briars, the shale, or the possibility of falling. I crashed through the woods like a panicked animal, my rifle long forgotten and dropped somewhere in the mud of the creek bed. Behind me, I could hear it. It wasn't the sound of a deer running. It was the sound of something heavy and bipedal smashing through the undergrowth, keeping perfect pace with me. The laughter followed me the entire way. It seemed to dance through the trees, leaping from one side of my head to the other. "Help me!" it would shriek, followed by that hideous, bubbling chuckle. I finally burst out onto the logging road where I'd parked my truck, my face bleeding from a dozen different branch strikes and my breath coming in ragged, sobbing gasps. I fumbled my keys on my pocket, my hands so slick with sweat and blood, I nearly dropped them. I dove into the cab, slammed the locks, and cranked the engine. As I threw the truck into gear and slammed on the gas, I looked in my side view mirror. Standing at the edge of the woods, just where the gravel met the grass, was the woman. Or at least, it looked like a woman from the back. She was wearing a tattered sundress that was entirely wrong for the November cold, and her hair was long and matted. She was hunched over, her back to me. Just as I started to pull away, she spun around. It wasn't a woman's face. It was the head of the doe, still perched atop that elongated, pale body, the jaw still hanging open. It didn't chase the truck. It just stood there in the middle of the road, watching me go, and let out one final, ear-piercing scream that sounded exactly like my own mother calling my name. I didn't stop driving until I reached a diner 2 towns over where there were people and bright fluorescent lights. I sat there in a booth, shaking so hard I couldn't even hold a cup of coffee. I never went back for my tree stand, and I sure as hell never went back for that rifle. I told the local sheriff I'd been harassed by some aggressive feral dogs, but I think he saw the look in my eyes and knew better. People in this part of Appalachia don't ask too many questions when someone comes out of the woods looking like they've seen the devil. I still have nightmares about that ravine. In them, I'm back in that tree stand, and I hear the scream again. Only in the dreams, I don't climb down. I stay up there, and I watch as dozens of those upright, distorted things emerge from the fog. All of them wearing the faces of people I know, all of them asking me for help in voices that sound like a skipping record. I haven't picked up a hunting rifle since that day. Sometimes when I'm at home and the wind catches the corner of the house just right, it creates a whistling sound that almost sounds like laughter. I just turn up the TV and try to forget the way that doe looked as it stood up. Because the worst part isn't what I saw, it's the realization that it's still out there, learning new voices, waiting for the next person with a hero complex to walk into the trees. Story 8. Growing up on the fringes of the West Virginia coal fields, near the Virginia border, I'd always been drawn to the skeletons of the old mines. They dotted the landscape like forgotten graves, rusted tipples leaning against the hills, overgrown rail tracks vanishing into weeds, and shafts sealed off with crumbling concrete. My buddy Eli and I had made a hobby of exploring them, not for treasure or thrills, but for that quiet rush of stepping into history's shadow. Eli was the bold one, a former Marine with a laugh that could cut through fog, while I was more cautious, the guy who packed extra batteries and mapped our routes. We'd poke around the surface ruins, snapping photos of graffiti-scarred walls and abandoned tools, always respecting the dangers. Cave-ins, bad air, wildlife, we knew the risks. But one crisp fall day in 2015, curiosity pushed us further than it should have, into a place where the past didn't stay buried. It started innocently enough. We'd heard from an old-timer at the local diner about a cluster of shafts up on Blackridge Mountain, abandoned since the 70s after a flood killed a dozen men. Stay clear, he'd warned, his eyes distant over his coffee. Them holes swallow more than coal. Eli brushed it off as superstition, but I felt a twinge, that gut feeling you get when the wind shifts. Still, we geared up that Saturday morning. Backpacks with water, flashlights, a first aid kit, and my GoPro camera on a chest mount. The drive took us along winding back roads, past trailers with sagging porches and hollows where mist clung to the trees like cobwebs. We parked at the base of an old logging trail, the SUV hidden behind a stand of pines, and hiked up the slope. The air smelled of wet earth and decay, leaves crunching under our boots in a rhythm that echoed too loudly in the stillness. Birds called occasionally, but the deeper we went, the quieter it got, like the forest was holding its breath. After about an hour, we crested the ridge and found the site. It was eerie. Overgrown foundations of bunkhouses, a toppled water tower, and scattered mine carts half buried in vines. The sun filtered through the canopy in patchy beams, casting long shadows that made the ruins feel alive, shifting. Eli hooped, clapping me on the back. "Jackpot, man. This is prime." We wandered for a bit, peering into collapsed entrances sealed with rusted grates, the darkness beyond swallowing our flashlight beams. That's when we spotted the ventilation shaft, a square opening about 4 feet wide, edged with weathered brick, partially hidden by brush. It wasn't boarded up like the others, just a yawning hole dropping straight down. "But it's deep," Eli said, kicking a pebble in. We listened to it clatter, echoing fainter and fainter until silence. No splash, no thud, just gone. I felt that twinge again, stronger now, but Eli's grin was infectious. "Let's see how far it goes." Drop the GoPro down. I hesitated, but the explorer in me won out. We tied a length of paracord to the camera, about 100 feet worth, and switched it to night vision mode since the shaft was pitch black, even in daylight. I rigged my phone to the live feed via Wi-Fi, the screen showing the green tinted view as Eli lowered it slowly. "Easy does it," I muttered, watching the brick walls slide by, scarred with old tool marks and water stains. 10 feet, 20. The air from the hole carried a chill, musty scent, like opening a long-sealed basement. At 30 feet, faint graffiti appeared. Names, dates from the 60s, faded warnings. 40 feet, and the walls widened slightly, maybe a ledge or crosscut. My phone's battery dipped a notch, but the feed held steady. Almost there, Eli said, feeding more rope. Then, at around 50 feet, the camera bumped gently, a ledge. The view tilted, showing a small platform jutting out, littered with debris. Rusted cans, shreds of cloth, what looked like bones from small animals. Whoa, I breathed. Looks like a rat's nest down there. We panned the camera around, the night vision picking up details in eerie clarity. The shaft continued below, but the ledge was a dead end for our drop. Eli chuckled. Nothing but trash. Pull it up. I nodded, but as he started reeling, something caught my eye on the screen. In the corner, huddled against the wall, there was movement. Subtle at first, a shift in shadows like fabric rustling. Then it unfolded, rising slowly. My mouth went dry. It was a figure, crouched low, but as it turned toward the light, the details sharpened. It looked human, sort of. Emaciated, skin pale and grimy, clinging to bones like wet paper. But the face, God, the face. Distorted, with a protruding jaw, eyes sunken deep under a heavy brow. The nose flattened, almost snout-like, and when it bared its teeth in a snarl, they were uneven, sharpened from God knows what. It wasn't an animal, but it wasn't right for a person either. Like one of those feral folks the old stories whispered about, people lost to the mines, surviving in the dark, twisted by isolation and hunger. Eli, I whispered, gripping his arm. Look. He leaned over, eyes widening. The thing stared up at the camera, its eyes reflecting the infrared like dull mirrors, not animal bright, but knowing hateful. It tilted its head, as if curious, then lunged forward. The screen jerked as it grabbed the GoPro, claws, fingers, scraping the lens. The feed distorted, showing a blur of that twisted face up close, breath fogging the glass. Then the rope went taut, yanking hard. Eli stumbled, nearly pitching forward into the shaft. What the hold on? I grabbed the cord, but the pull was massive, like hauling a thrashing fish times 10. My palms burned as it slipped through, the thing below climbing or reeling us in. Panic hit like cold water. Let go, I yelled. We released it, the rope whipping down into the dark. For a second, silence. Then, scratching, claws on brick, scrambling up fast and frantic. The sound echoed up the shaft, growing louder, closer. Nails digging into mortar, grunts of effort mixing with the scrapes. We backed away, hearts pounding. Run, Eli gasped. We didn't need telling twice. We bolted through the ruins, leaping over fallen beams and dodging mine carts. Branches whipped our faces, roots snagged our boots, but the scratching pursued, amplified by the hollow ground. Was it out yet? I risked a glance back. The shaft's mouth was empty, but the noise had shifted, now coming from the underbrush parallel to our path. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling in a rhythm too heavy for a deer. My lungs burned, sweat stinging my eyes as we scrambled up a fence, chain link tearing at my jeans. Eli vaulted first, turned to pull me over. Come on. Behind us, the ruins blurred in the fading light. We'd been out longer than planned, dusk creeping in. The scratching morphed into footfalls, uneven but relentless, closing the gap. I imagined it, that pale, snarling thing loping after us, driven by whatever madness ruled the depths. We hit the logging trail, legs pumping downhill. The SUV loomed ahead, a beacon in the twilight. Keys fumbled from my pocket, doors unlocking with a beep that cut the air. We dove in, engine roaring to life. Tires spun on gravel, kicking up dust as we peeled out. In the rear view, shadows danced among the trees, but nothing clear. Then a howl pierced the evening. Not wolf or coyote, but distorted, like a tornado siren warped through static, echoing off the ridges. It rose and fell, carrying a human edge, almost words lost in the wail. Eli white-knuckled the dash, face ashen. What the hell was that? I shook my head, focusing on the road, curves blurring by. The howl faded as we descended, but the dread lingered, coiling in my gut. We didn't talk much on the drive home, just chain-smoked with windows cracked, the musty shaft scent clinging to our clothes. Eli tried laughing it off later, a squatter, maybe high on something, living down there like a mole. But we both knew better. The face on that feed wasn't doped up. It was adapted, shaped by decades in the dark. Feral, like the tales of miners trapped after collapses, surviving on rats and seepage, their minds fracturing until they became part of the mountain. I deleted the app footage, but snippets replay in nightmares. That grab, the yank, the climb. We never went back to Blackridge, sold the GoPro cheap. Eli deployed overseas again, said he needed distance. Me? I stick to paved paths now, but the hills call sometimes, whispering through the wind. On quiet nights when the house creaks, I hear scratching at the edges, faint and insistent, and wonder if it followed the scent home. The mines hold their dead close, but sometimes they spit out echoes, twisted survivors watching from the shadows, waiting for fools like us to peek too deep. And in that lingering echo, fear roots deep, reminding me the dark doesn't forget. It hungers, patient as the earth itself. Story 9. I've spent the better part of 5 years working the fire lookout circuits in the southern stretches of the Appalachian Range, and I've always found a certain peace in the isolation. There's something meditative about being 7 stories up in a glass box, perched on a jagged ridge of limestone, watching the clouds roll over the blue-tinted peaks like a slow-moving ocean. Most people would go stir-crazy in a space that small, but I like the quiet. I like the way the world looked like a miniature model from up there, far removed from the noise and the mess of town life. But there's a flip side to that height. When something goes wrong, you aren't just isolated, you're cornered. You're on an island of steel and glass, miles away from the nearest soul, with nowhere to go but down. It was late August, the height of the dry season, and the humidity was so thick it felt like you were breathing through a wet towel. A massive cell was moving in from the west, one of those violent electric Appalachian storms that turns the sky a bruised shade of green. I was stationed at the Big Laurel Tower, a vintage structure that had seen better days but still offered the best vantage point for 50 miles. As the first rumbles of thunder began to vibrate through the floorboards, my radio started to act up. It's common for the interference to pick up during a storm, but this was different. Instead of the usual crackle of atmospheric static, it was a rhythmic, pulsing hiss, almost like someone was breathing directly into a receiver on the other end. I tried to call in a base to report the weather front, but the handset was dead. Not just static, completely silent. The storm hit with a ferocity that made the entire tower sway. Rain lashed against the windows so hard I thought the glass would shatter, and the lightning was constant, turning the dark world into a strobe light of stark whites and deep blacks. I was sitting at my desk, trying to stay away from the metal frame, when I heard it. Between the cracks of thunder, there was a sharp, metallic ping. It was the sound of a heavy weight stepping onto the bottom flight of the steel stairs. I froze. The stairs are open grate metal, and they hum whenever someone climbs them. I assumed it was one of the rangers, maybe Miller or Higgins, coming up to check on the radio, or to ride out the storm. Nobody likes being on the ground when the lightning is hitting the ridge. I grabbed my heavy flashlight and walked over to the trapdoor in the center of the floor. "Miller? That you?" I shouted over the wind. There was no answer, just the steady, rhythmic clanging of footsteps coming up the stairs. They were heavy, far heavier than a man, and they were moving with a strange deliberation. Clang, clang, clang. My gut tightened. There was something off about the cadence. It didn't sound like a person in boots. It sounded like something solid and fleshy hitting the metal. I knelt down and unlatched the heavy wooden trapdoor, pulling it back just a few inches to peer down into the darkness of the stairwell. A flash of lightning illuminated the entire structure, and for a split second, my heart stopped beating. About 10 feet below the platform, clinging to the underside of the stairs like a massive, pale spider, was a figure. It wasn't a man. It was entirely hairless, its skin as sickly translucent white that looked like it had been pulled too tight over a frame of mismatched bones. It had no clothes, and its limbs were impossibly long, the elbows and knees jointed in a way that made my stomach turn. But it was the face that truly broke me. It was flat, almost featureless, with two vertical slits where a nose should be. Its eyes were massive, dark pits that reflected the lightning like shards of obsidian. It was staring directly up at me, its mouth hanging open in a silent, jagged O. I slammed the trapdoor shut with a force that sent a jolt through my shoulders and through the deadbolt. I didn't think, I just acted on pure, blind survival instinct. I dragged the heavy oak map cabinet over the door, then piled my supply crates and my heavy steel cot on top of it. I was gasping for air, the smell of ozone and wet metal filling the small room. A second later, the entire floor of the lookout tower buckled. Something had reached the top landing and slammed its body against the underside of the platform with the force of a car crash. The glass in the windows rattled in their frames, and I heard a low, wet scratching sound. Fingernails on wood, as the thing began to test the edges of the trapdoor. I retreated to the furthest corner of the room, clutching my emergency flare gun. It was the only weapon I had. Outside, the storm was at its peak, the wind howling through the struts of the tower, but all I could focus on was the sound coming from beneath my feet. The creature began to move around the perimeter of the catwalk, its weight causing the metal to groan and pop. Then, the sounds changed. From directly beneath the floorboards, I heard the exact sound of my radio, the rhythmic, pulsing hiss I'd heard earlier. It was perfect. It wasn't a recording. It was a living thing mimicking the frequency of a machine. Big Laurel, do you copy? This is Station Commander Vance. Over. The voice was perfect. It had the same gravelly tone, the same slight southern drawl that my boss had. But the pacing was wrong. The words were too clipped, and there was a strange, vibrating hum underneath the speech, like a throat trying to produce a sound it wasn't built for. Eli, open the hatch. I need to get out of the rain. It's Vance. Open the hatch, son. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I knew Vance was 30 miles away in a climate-controlled office in the valley. The thing below me continued to plead, its voice gradually losing its human quality and devolving into a series of distorted, screeching syllables that sounded like metal grinding on metal. For the next 3 hours, I sat in that corner, watching the floorboards. The creature was relentless. It would go silent for 20 minutes, leading me to hope it had climbed back down, only for it to let out a sudden, ear-piercing shriek that made the glass vibrate. It began to scratch at the wood of the trapdoor, the sound of splinters being ripped away echoing in the small space. I could see the wood bowing under the pressure of its strength. It wasn't just trying to get in, it was trying to wear me down. It knew I was in there, and it knew I had nowhere to go. The isolation that I had once found so peaceful had become a cage. Around 4 a.m., the storm began to break. The rain slowed to a drizzle, and the thunder moved off toward the east, leaving the mountain in a heavy, dripping silence. The creature stopped scratching. I heard it moving on the catwalk again, its footsteps making a soft, wet sound on the metal. I crawled toward the window, keeping low, and peered out. The first light of dawn was just beginning to touch the horizon, a thin line of pale gray against the black. I saw a movement in the trees below. The creature had climbed down the exterior of the tower, bypassing the stairs entirely. It was moving through the canopy with a terrifying agility, swinging from branch to branch like a primate, its pale skin glowing in the pre-dawn light. It didn't look back. It simply slinked into the deep shadows of the forest floor and vanished. I stayed in that tower for another 6 hours, long after the sun had fully risen. I didn't move the furniture until I heard the distinct, unmistakable sound of a real ranger's truck grinding up the access road. When Miller finally climbed the stairs and knocked on the trapdoor, I nearly shot him through the floor. I was a wreck, shaking, dehydrated, and unable to speak. When I finally let him in, he took one look at the gouges in the trapdoor and the dented metal of the catwalk and went silent. He didn't ask what happened. He just helped me pack my things and drove me down the mountain. I resigned from the fire service the next day. They tried to tell me it was a bear, or perhaps a mountain lion that had been displaced by the storm, but they couldn't explain the mimicry. They couldn't explain the voice of Station Commander Vance, coming from a throat that had no business speaking. I moved back to the city, away from the ridges and the deep, silent hollows. I took a job in a warehouse, loud, brightly lit, and crowded. I need the noise now, but sometimes when a storm rolls in and the power flickers, I'll hear a sound that makes my heart stop. It's a soft, rhythmic scratching on the door, or the faint, static-filled sound of a radio coming from an empty room. I know it's still out there, somewhere in the unmapped stretches of the Appalachians, waiting for the next dry season. It's a patient thing, a survivor. And I know that no matter how many miles I put between me and that tower, I'll never truly be out of its reach. The mountains have a long memory, and once you've looked into those dark, obsidian eyes, you never really stop being prey. I still dream about the trapdoor, about the wood bowing and the splinters flying, and I wonder what would have happened if the storm had lasted just 1 hour longer. I don't think I would have made it to the dawn. Now, I just live for the daylight, always looking over my shoulder, always waiting for the sound of metal stairs humming under a weight that doesn't belong to a man. Story 10. Living on the outskirts of a small town in southern Pennsylvania, right where the Appalachian Trail snakes through the ridges like an old vein of the earth, I've always found solace in the woods. The trail's access point is just a short drive from my house, a gravel lot tucked off a county road, with a weathered sign marking the miles to Georgia or Maine, depending on your direction. I've been walking there with Duke, my German Shepherd, for years now. He's a big boy, 90 pounds of muscle and loyalty, the kind of dog that barks at shadows and stands his ground against anything that moves. Got him as a pup after my divorce, when the quiet of the empty house started feeling too heavy. Evenings were our ritual. Load up in the truck after work, park at the lot as the sun dips low, and hike a couple miles in before turning back. The air up there clears your head, the scent of pine and damp soil, the rustle of leaves underfoot. It's isolating, sure, but in a good way, like the mountains wrap around you and muffle the world's noise. Folks around here talk about the trail's legends. Hikers vanishing, strange lights in the hollows, or whispers of feral people scraping by in the deep woods. I always nodded along, but chalked it up to tall tales, the kind spun over beers at the local bar. Until that one evening in October 2020, when the routine turned into something I can't shake, no matter how many miles I put between me and those trees. It was a Thursday, I remember, the kind of fall day where the leaves blaze orange and red during the day, but surrender to gray as dusk creeps in. Work had dragged. I'm a mechanic at the garage in town, fixing tractors and pickups for farmers who complain about everything, but pay on time. By 5, I was beat, but Duke was pacing by the door, his nails clicking on the hardwood like he knew the schedule better than I did. "All right, boy," I said, grabbing his leash and my flashlight, the heavy mag light that doubles as a club if needed. The drive to the lot took 10 minutes, the road winding up through farms that gave way to forest. No other cars when I pulled in. Most hikers clear out before dark this time of year. The sky was overcast, muting the sunset to a dull bruise, and a chill wind stirred the branches overhead. Duke bounded out, tail wagging, sniffing the air like he owned the place. We hit the trailhead, the path worn smooth by countless boots, climbing gently at first before leveling into a stretch flanked by dense oaks and hemlocks. The underbrush was thick, tangles of rhododendron that could hide a deer or anything else without a trace. We'd gone about a mile in, the light fading fast when the usual sound started to change. Normally, the woods hum with life, squirrels chattering, birds settling in for the night, the occasional snap of a twig under some critter's paw. But that evening, it grew quieter than I'd ever heard. No wind rustling the canopy, no distant calls. Just our footsteps, mine steady, Duke's padding softly, and my breathing a little heavier from the incline. I didn't think much of it at first, attributed it to the weather, maybe a storm brewing. Duke was his usual self, nose to the ground, pulling ahead on the leash. We passed the old stone marker, the one etched with mileage that's half worn away, and pushed deeper. The trail narrowed here, roots snaking across the dirt like veins, forcing me to watch my step. Flashlight in hand, though I hadn't turned it on yet. The last vestiges of daylight filtered through the trees in hazy shafts. "Good boy," I murmured as Duke paused to mark a stump. He glanced back at me, ears perked, that intelligent gaze that always made me feel less alone. Then, without warning, he stopped dead, tail tucked between his legs, a low whine escaping his throat. Not his aggressive growl, but a pitiful sound, like a pup scared of thunder. His hackles rose, body rigid, staring down the path ahead. "What is it, Duke?" I asked, kneeling to ruffle his fur, but he didn't respond, just pressed against my leg, trembling. I'd never seen him like that. This was the dog who'd chased off a black bear once, barking like hell until it lumbered away. I scanned the trail, nothing but shadows lengthening, the woods thickening into dusk. A faint mist rose from the ground, carrying that earthy chill that seeps into your bones. "Come on, boy," I coaxed, tugging the leash. He wouldn't budge, planting his paws, whine turning to a soft growl. Unease prickled my skin. The silence pressed heavier now, like the air itself was listening. I clicked on a flashlight, the beam cutting a white swath through the gloom, illuminating ferns and trunks but revealing no threat. Farther down, maybe 50 yards, something moved, a figure on the path, walking toward us. At first, relief washed over me. Just another hiker, I thought, maybe a through hiker pushing miles before nightfall. They wore a hooded flannel shirt, the kind you see on loggers or locals, faded red plaid hanging loose over jeans. But the gait was off, jerky, uncoordinated, like they were drunk or injured, limbs swinging awkwardly. Steps uneven, almost lurching. "Hello," I called out, voice echoing strangely, swallowed by the trees. No response. The figure kept coming, head down, hood shadowing the face. Duke's whine pitched higher, and he backed up a step, pulling me with him. "Easy," I whispered, but my heart started thumping harder. The woods felt closer now, branches like fingers reaching in. I shone the light directly ahead, the beam bouncing off leaves before landing on the approaching shape. Closer now, 30 yards. The feet. Something wrong with the feet. They looked backward, heels where toes should be, stepping in a way that defied joints. Knees bent the wrong direction, folding inward like a bird's or a goat's. Not human. My mind reeled, trying to make sense. Maybe a trick of the light, shadows playing games. But no, the beam held steady and the details sharpened. Pants torn at the cuffs, exposing pale, hairless skin stretched over bone. Feet twisted, nails long and curved. I called again, louder. "You okay there?" Still nothing. The figure didn't slow, just that relentless, shambling advance. 20 yards now, close enough for the light to catch the hood's edge. Underneath, the face emerged from shadow, gaunt, skin sallow like old parchment, cheeks hollowed out. But the eyes, yellow, glowing faintly in the beam, not reflecting like an animal's, but emitting a dull luminescence, like embers in a dying fire. No pupils, just that sickly hue staring forward. Lips pulled back in a rictus, teeth uneven, stained. It wasn't a person, not anymore. Like one of those feral souls the old-timers whisper about. Folks who wandered off the trail years ago, lost to the wild, surviving on scraps until the mountains remade them into something broken, something that mimics but doesn't belong. Duke yelped, ripping the leash from my grip with a surge of panic, bolting back the way we'd come. His claws scrabbled on the dirt, tail low, disappearing into the dusk. I didn't think, just ran after him, flashlight bobbing wildly, heart slamming in my chest. Behind me, the footsteps changed. No longer jerky, now a sprint, heavy and thudding, like hooves pounding the earth. Not shoes, bare, slapping with a wet, unnatural rhythm. The beam swung back once, catching a glimpse. The thing loping now had fallen back, revealing matted hair and those yellow eyes fixed on me. Arms pumping too long, fingers splayed like claws. Terror choked me. The trail blurred, roots tripping me, but I caught myself, pushing harder. Duke's bark echoed ahead, frantic, guiding me. The pursuing sounds grew louder, crashing through underbrush, branches snapping, a low rasp of breath that wasn't quite human. The mist thickened, swirling around my legs, the woods closing in like a trap. My lungs burned, sweat soaking my shirt, but the lot wasn't far, half a mile, maybe less. "Duke!" I gasped, spotting his shape darting through the trees. The thing was close. I felt it, that presence heavy as the air before a storm, yellow eyes boring into my back. The path descended, gravel crunching underfoot as the lot came into view, the truck's outline a sanctuary in the near dark. Duke reached it first, scratching at the door, whining. I fumbled keys from my pocket, hands slick, clicking the unlock. He leaped in as I yanked the driver's side open, diving after. Slammed the door, engine turning over with a roar. Something hit the trunk, hard, denting metal with a thud that shook the cab. I floored it, tires spinning on gravel, fishtailing onto the road. In the rear view, a silhouette stood at the lot's edge, hunched, those eyes catching the taillights in a yellow glare. It didn't chase further, just watched as I sped away, the howl rising behind, a warped, mournful sound that blended human cry with animal wail, echoing off the ridges. We made it home, Duke shivering in the passenger seat, me gripping the wheel like it had saved me. Locked every door that night, lights on till dawn. The dent's still there on the trunk, a fist-sized crater I haven't fixed. Folks in town shrug when I mention it. A drunk, a prank, wildlife. But Duke won't go near the trail anymore. Whines at the door if I even grab the leash after dark. I hike elsewhere now, stick to daylight paths. Yet the mountains loom outside my window, vast and indifferent, holding their secrets. On quiet evenings, when the wind carries that earthy chill, I hear hooves in the distance, see yellow glimmers in the tree-line. Was it a lost soul, feral and forgotten? Or something the trail births, a warning to those who wander too deep? I don't know, and the not knowing gnaws, leaving me listening, waiting for the jerk of footsteps that bend the wrong way. The Appalachians remember, they say, every lost step, every shadow. And sometimes they send reminders that you're never truly alone out there, just observed until the dark decides otherwise. Story 11. Growing up in eastern Kentucky, you develop a certain kind of intuition for the woods. It isn't something you're taught in school. It's something that seeps into your bones from the time you're old enough to walk on uneven ground. My family lived on a patch of land that had been ours for 4 generations, tucked away in a deep hollow where the shadows seemed to linger just a bit longer than they did in town. The nearest neighbor was a mile down a narrow, gravel-choked road, and the forest that ringed our property was dense, ancient, and largely unmapped. I was 17 that year, and like most kids raised in the hills, I knew the rules. Don't go out after dark without a light. Don't answer a whistle you can't see. And if the woods go quiet, you get inside and stay there. It was a late autumn evening, the kind of day where the air turns sharp and smells of wood smoke and damp earth. The sun had already dipped below the ridge, leaving the world in that strange, bruised purple twilight where everything loses its depth. I was sitting on the back porch, a small light bulb humming above me, scrubbing the dried mud off my work boots. The silence was the first thing I noticed. Usually, this time of day is a riot of sound. Crickets chirping, the distant cry of a hawk, the rustle of dry leaves as the wind moves through the oaks. But that evening, it was as if someone had laid a heavy, velvet blanket over the hollow. The air felt thick, charged with a static tension that made the hair on my arm stand straight up. I paused, the brush in my hand frozen mid-stroke, and listened. "Caleb, come here." The voice drifted out from the tree line, not 50 yards from where I sat. My heart gave a sudden, violent thump against my ribs. It was my mother's voice. It had her exact Appalachian lilt, that soft drawl I'd heard every day of my life. But even as my brain registered the sound, my stomach did a slow, nauseating flip. There was something fundamentally wrong with the cadence of the words. It was too perfect, too rhythmic, lacking the natural rise and fall of human breath. It sounded like a recording being played on a loop, or a parrot that had learned a phrase without understanding the meaning behind it. "Come here, come here, come here," it repeated, the timing between each word identical down to the millisecond. I didn't move. I couldn't. My eyes were fixed on the edge of the woods, where the darkness was thickest under the canopy of an old, gnarled oak. A few seconds later, the sound of clattering dishes and the muffled hum of a radio drifted through the screen door from the kitchen. I could hear my mother in there, humming a tune as she finished up the dinner cleanup. The realization hit me like a bucket of ice water. Whoever, or whatever, was calling my name from the tree line wasn't her. I gripped the edge of the porch railing, my knuckles turning white, as I watched a pale shape detach itself from the shadow of the oak tree. At first, I thought it was a man in a white sheet, some local prankster trying to get a rise out of me. But as it stepped into the faint, fading light of the clearing, I saw that it was something much worse. It was tall, nearly 7 feet, with skin the color of a fish's belly, sickly and translucent. It stood on 2 legs, but it was hunched over at a sickening angle, its spine protruding in sharp, bony ridges through its back. Its limbs were the most disturbing part. They were far too long for its torso, the arms ending in large, heavy hands that looked more like paws with elongated, darkened nails. It moved with a twitchy, mechanical gait, as if its joints were ill-fitted or being operated by invisible wires. The thing stopped at the edge of the lawn and looked directly at me. It didn't have much of a face, just a flat expanse of pale flesh with 2 dark, sunken pits for eyes and a wide, lipless slit for a mouth. It raised one of those overlong arms and beckoned me toward the trees. As it did, the voice changed. It was still my mother's voice, but the pitch began to drop, sliding down into a guttural, vibrating growl that made my teeth ache. "Caleb, come here." It rumbled, the sound now coming from deep within its chest, vibrating through the cold autumn air. The mask was slipping, and whatever was underneath was beginning to show through. Fear, cold and paralyzing, held me to the porch for a heartbeat too long. Then, the creature took a sudden, lunging step toward the house, its movements fluid and terrifyingly fast. That was enough to break the spell. I bolted for the door, nearly tripping over my boots, and threw myself into the kitchen. I slammed the heavy oak door and threw the deadbolt, leaning my back against the wood as I gasped for air. My mother looked up from the sink, her eyes wide with confusion and alarm. "Caleb, what on earth is wrong with you? You look like you've seen a ghost." I couldn't find the words to tell her. I just pointed toward the door and told her to get away from the windows. I moved through the house with a frantic, desperate energy, pulling the heavy curtains shut and locking every window. My father, who had been in the living room reading, stood up and grabbed his shotgun from the corner, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. He didn't ask questions. He just watched the doors. We sat in the living room in near total silence, the only sound being the ticking of the clock on the mantel and the ragged sound of my own breathing. Then the scratching started. It wasn't the sound of a branch or a raccoon. It was the sound of heavy, sharp nails dragging slowly across the wood siding of the house. It started near the back door and moved slowly around the perimeter, a deliberate, probing sound that set my teeth on edge. Every few minutes, a voice would drift through the walls. It started with my mother's voice again, whispering my name through the cracks in the window frames. Then it changed to my father's voice, then to my grandfather's, who had passed away 3 years prior. It was a cacophony of the people I loved, all of them begging me to come outside, telling me it was beautiful in the woods, or that they were hurt and needed my help. The voices weren't right, though. They all had that same mechanical, flat quality, and as the night wore on, they began to overlap and distort. It sounded like a dozen broken radios playing at once, a discordant mess of human speech that made my head spin. My father stood by the front door, his face grim and pale, his eyes fixed on the curtained windows. We heard the creature climb onto the roof, its heavy weight making the rafters groan and creak. It spent hours pacing up there, its long nails clicking against the shingles like a rhythmic metronome. It never tried to break in. It just stayed close, letting us know that it was there, that it was waiting. Around 3 a.m., the voices stopped. The scratching ceased, and the weight on the roof disappeared. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than the noise. We sat there for hours, terrified that the thing had finally found a way in and was simply waiting in the shadows of the hallway. When the first gray light of dawn finally began to bleed through the edges of the curtains, my father cautiously opened the front door. I stood behind him, my heart in my throat. The porch was covered in deep, gouged scratches that went straight through the paint and into the wood. In the soft, damp earth of the flower beds, there were footprints, large four-toed impressions that looked like a hybrid between a human foot and a bear's paw, but with the weight of something much heavier. They led away from the house and back toward the tree line, but they didn't stop at the edge of the woods. They led straight to the trunk of the old oak tree where I'd first seen the creature. There were no tracks leading away from the tree, just a set of deep claw marks climbing up the bark into the higher branches. We moved into town a month later. My parents tried to tell themselves it was a prank by some bored local kids or a stray animal with a disease, but I saw the look in my father's eyes when he looked at those scratches. He knew as well as I did that no animal on this earth can mimic a dead man's voice. I still have nightmares about that night, not of the creature itself, but of the voices. Sometimes, when I'm alone in my new house and the wind catches the eaves just right, I'll hear my name whispered in a voice that sounds like my mother's, but with that flat, rhythmic cadence. I haven't been back to the hollow since we left, and I don't plan to. There are things in those deep Appalachian hills that have been there since before the first settlers arrived, things that have learned how we speak and how we think, but they don't understand the soul behind the words. They are mimics, predators that hide in the silence and the shadows, waiting for someone to be just curious enough to answer the call from the tree line. If you're ever out in the woods and you hear a loved one calling your name, but the timing is just a little bit too perfect, don't look back. Don't answer. Just get inside, lock the door, and pray that the sun comes up before they find a way in. Because the worst part isn't that they want to hurt you. It's that they want to become you, and they have all the time in the world to practice the part. Story 12. I'd always been the cautious one in our group, the guy who double-checks the map and packs extra water for a day hike. But that night, in the summer of 2018, even I was too tired to argue when my buddy Travis suggested the shortcut. We've been at a music festival in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, the kind where bluegrass bands play till midnight and the beer flows like the Little Pigeon River. Me, Travis, and our old high school pal Ryan. We'd driven down from Knoxville for the weekend, camping in a beat-up tent that smelled of mildew. The festival wrapped late, around 1 a.m., and the highway back was jammed with RVs and pickups, taillights stretching like a red snake into the distance. "Screw this," Travis grumbled from the passenger seat, scrolling his phone. "There's an old fire road through the Smokies. Cuts right over the ridge, shaves off an hour." Ryan, sprawled in the back with our cooler, yawned and shrugged. "As long as it gets us home before dawn." I hesitated, gripping the wheel of my old Subaru. Fire roads in the Great Smoky Mountains weren't for casual drives. Gravel paths meant for rangers and loggers, winding through fog-shrouded hollows where cell service died and the trees pressed close like silent watchers. But exhaustion won out. "Fine," I said, turning off at the next pullout. "But if we get stuck, you're pushing." The transition was abrupt. 1 minute, asphalt hummed under the tires. The next, gravel crunched as we bumped onto the narrow lane. Headlights pierced the dark, illuminating ruts and potholes that jostled us like a bad carnival ride. The forest swallowed us whole, towering hemlocks and oaks arching overhead, their branches interlacing into a canopy that blocked the stars. Fog rolled in almost immediately, thick and clammy, reducing visibility to a few yards. I dropped to 10 miles an hour, high beams reflecting back like a white wall. "This is cozy," Ryan joked from the back, but his voice carried an edge, the kind that creeps in when the familiar world shrinks. Travis fiddled with the radio, static crackling through stations before settling on faint country tunes that faded in and out. The air grew heavier, scented with damp earth and pine resin, the kind of smell that clings to your skin. No other cars, no lights from cabins, just us isolated in this ribbon of road cutting through the heart of the mountains. I'd hiked parts of the Smokies before, knew the stories locals whispered. Hunters gone missing, strange calls in the night, remnants of old settlements where folks had scratched out lives until the land claimed them back. Feral people, some called them, descendants of those who fled society, surviving wild in the ridges. I pushed the thoughts down, focusing on the wheel, but the fog pressed in, muffling everything to a hush. We'd been crawling along for maybe 20 minutes when the conversation lulled. Travis dozed against the window, his breath fogging the glass, while Ryan munched on leftover festival pretzels, the crinkle of the bag the only sound besides the engine's low growl. The road twisted sharper here, climbing a gentle incline before dipping into a hollow. I rounded a bend, tires skidding slightly on loose stones, and there it was, a car seat sitting upright in the middle of the path. Not tipped over or abandoned haphazardly, but placed perfectly like someone had set it down with care. It was one of those infant carriers, faded blue plastic with straps dangling. I slammed on the brakes, the Subaru fishtailing to a stop inches from it. What the hell? Travis jerked awake, rubbing his eyes. Ryan leaned forward between the seats. Is that a baby's seat? The fog swirled around it, headlights casting it in stark relief against the gravel. No car nearby, no signs of a wreck, just this lone object in the dead of night. My mind raced. Accident? Prank? The mountains were full of oddities, but this felt wrong, out of place in the wilderness. We sat there, engine idling, staring. The quiet amplified. No wind, no insects chirping, just the soft tick of cooling metal under the hood. Maybe someone left it after a hike, Ryan suggested, but his tone lacked conviction. Travis unbuckled, hand on the door. We should check. Could be a kid in there. I grabbed his arm, a chill running down my spine. Hold up, this doesn't feel right. But curiosity gnawed, the human pull to investigate. I flicked the high beams brighter, the light piercing the mist, illuminating the seat clearer. Empty. No blanket, no toy, just vacant straps and a stained cushion. Relief mixed with unease. See? Nothing. Let's just go around. Travis nodded slowly, but as I shifted into drive, it started. A cry. Sharp, piercing, unmistakably a baby's wail. It cut through the air, loud enough to rattle the windows. Impossible for an infant alone in the open. Duke, wait, no, we didn't have a dog, but the sound was that raw, that desperate. Jesus, Ryan whispered, face paling in the dashboard glow. The cry echoed, rising and falling in that heartbreaking rhythm babies make when they're hurt or hungry. Travis froze, door half open. That's coming from over there. He pointed left, toward the ditch beside the road. A steep drop-off choked with ferns and mud. The wail intensified, tugging at instincts, that primal urge to help. I scanned with the lights, beams sweeping the underbrush, but the fog swallowed details. We need to look, Travis insisted, stepping out. The cool air rushed in, carrying a faint, musky odor like wet fur mixed with decay. I killed the engine to listen better, the silence rushing back except for the cry. It sounded so real, so close, maybe 10 feet away, hidden in the ditch. Ryan climbed out too, phone flashlight in hand, the weak beam joining mine. Hello? Anyone there? No answer, just the wail, now with a gurgle, like the baby was choking. My heart pounded. Visions of a crash, a parent injured nearby. But why the seed in the road? Trap? The mountains held dangers, bears, bobcats, even poachers, but this was different, a setup that screamed wrongness. I joined them outside, gravel crunching under my boots, the fog damp on my skin. We approached the ditch cautiously, lights probing. The cry shifted slightly, moving deeper into the brush, as if whatever made it was retreating or luring. Stay together, I muttered, voice low. Travis knelt at the edge, peering down. I see something, movement. The wail peaked, impossibly loud, vibrating in my chest. I swung the high beams left, adjusting the car slightly for better angle. The light cut through, illuminating the mud-slick bank. And there it was, crouched low, not a baby, not human. A creature, large as a man but hunched, skin hairless and pale, mottled with dirt and scars. It's back to us at first, shoulders heaving. The throat, God, the throat, expanded like a bullfrog's pouch, inflating and deflating with each cry, mimicking the infant's wail perfectly. The sound emanated from there, a biological trick that chilled me to the core. It turned slowly, eyes catching the beams in a yellow reflection. Not animal wild, but cunning, aware. The face was distorted, jaw elongated, lips pulled back in what started as a snarl but twisted into a grin, revealing serrated teeth, uneven and sharp, like shards of bone. Time slowed. Travis stumbled back, cursing under his breath. Ryan dropped his phone, the light spinning into the ditch. The thing didn't charge. It just stared, throat still pulsing, the cry morphing mid-wail into something else, a high-pitched cackle, mocking, like laughter through a broken speaker. It echoed off the trees, fading into the fog as if amused by our terror. "Get in the car," I yelled, bolting for the door. Travis and Ryan scrambled after, doors slamming as I twisted the key. The engine roared, but in my panic, I floored it too hard. The tires spun on gravel, fishtailing toward a tree. I corrected just in time, bark scraping the fender with a screech. The laughter pursued, shifting positions, now from the right, then behind, as if the creature circled unseen. We bounced down the road, fog swirling in the wake, the sound dwindling but not gone, lingering like an echo in my skull. We didn't speak for miles, just breath heavy, knuckles white. The fire road eventually spat us on a pavement, the highway's lights a blessed sight. Back home by dawn, we tried rationalizing a deformed animal, maybe a coyote with mange, vocal cords warped by disease. But we knew better. The Smokies hold remnants, feral survivors from old times, moonshiners or miners gone wild, adapting tricks to lure prey. That throat, those eyes, they weren't natural but plausible in the isolation, where evolution twists in the dark. Travis moved away a year later, said the mountains felt tainted. Ryan drinks more, jumps at cries in the night. Me? I stick to main roads, avoid fog-shrouded paths. But on quiet drives, when mist rises, I hear that wail again, faint and pleading, and wonder if it's out there still, setting its trap for the next weary traveler. The hills don't forget. They hunger, patient, weaving dread into the very air, leaving you forever listening, forever afraid of what mimics in the shadows. Story 13. I've spent the better part of a decade exploring the backbone of Virginia, trekking through the kind of wilderness that makes a man feel small and inconsequential. The Appalachian Trail is more than just a path to me. It's a sanctuary, or at least it used to be. Most hikers talk about the physical toll of the switchbacks or the beauty of the vistas, but those of us who spend weeks at a time out there know that the mountains have a temperament. Some days they feel welcoming, and other days they feel like they're tolerating your presence with a growing, silent resentment. Last October, I was section hiking a particularly remote ridge, a place where the trees grow thick and the air feels heavy with the scent of damp earth and rotting leaves. I was behind schedule, pushed late into the day by a stubborn fog that had rolled in around noon, and the sun was already beginning to bleed out behind the jagged horizon. The light was failing fast, turning the forest into a world of stark grays and deep, ink-black shadows. My goal was to reach a small lean-to shelter about 3 miles further down the ridge before the temperature plummeted and the true darkness took hold. Anyone who's hiked the it knows that hiker midnight is early, but being caught on a ridge after sunset is a different kind of vulnerability. I was pushing hard, my breath coming in ragged puffs of steam, when I looked up and saw another figure about 100 yards ahead of me. He was navigating the switchbacks with a strange, effortless speed. At first, I felt that typical surge of relief you get when you see another human being in the deep woods, a sense of shared reality. But as I kept my eyes on him, that relief began to sour into a cold, knotting sensation in the pit of my stomach. The man wasn't wearing a pack. No Osprey, no Gregory, not even a small day pack. He was just wearing a red flannel shirt and dark jeans, clothes that looked entirely too casual for a ridge that sits thousands of feet above sea level, miles away from the nearest trailhead. He moved with a stiff, upright posture that didn't match the ruggedness of the terrain. His arms hung perfectly straight at his sides, not swinging with the natural momentum of a hiker. In the backwoods, you learn to trust your gut when it tells you something is off, and every alarm bell in my head was ringing. I didn't want to pass him in the dark, and I didn't want him behind me, so I decided to make my presence known. I brought my fingers to my lips and let out a sharp, friendly whistle, the universal signal among hikers to avoid startling someone on a blind curve. The figure stopped instantly. He didn't slow down or stumble. He just froze, his boots planted firmly on the rocky trail. I waited for him to turn around, to wave, or to offer a greeting. Instead, he remained perfectly still for several seconds, a dark silhouette against the dying light. Then the world seemed to tilt. Without moving his feet or shifting his hips, even a fraction of an inch, the figure's entire upper body began to rotate. It was a smooth, mechanical motion, like a heavy door on a well-greased hinge. His chest, shoulders, and head twisted a full 180 degrees to face me, the fabric of his flannel shirt audibly straining and twisting around his midsection. It was a sickening, impossible movement that no human spine should be able to survive. I stood paralyzed on the trail, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought they might crack. As the figure completed its rotation, the last of the sun's light hit its face. My brain struggled to process what I was seeing. The face was a blur, a smooth, waxy expanse of flesh where features should have been. There were no distinct eyes, just shallow depressions under the skin, and no nose, just a flat, undulating surface that looked as if it had been melted over a skull. Where the mouth should have been, there was only a thin, dark slit that looked like it had been sliced into the skin with a razor. The uncanny valley effect was so powerful it made me dizzy. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me as I realized I wasn't looking at a man at all. The slit where its mouth should be pulled back slightly, and it let out a whistle. It wasn't just a sound, it was an exact high-fidelity replica of the whistle I had just given. It had the same pitch, the same duration, and even the same slight vibrato at the end. It was mocking me. Before I could even scream, the thing began to move. It didn't walk. It dropped into a terrifying, low-profile sprint. As it accelerated toward me, I saw its legs bend. They didn't hinge forward at the knee like a human's. Instead, they snapped backward, the joints popping with a sound like wetwood breaking. It moved with the terrifying, jerky speed of a goat or a deer, its feet clawing at the dirt as it closed the distance between us with predatory efficiency. Adrenaline is a strange thing. It makes the world move in slow motion while your body acts on its own. I didn't even think about the hundreds of dollars worth of gear in my pack. I unclipped the chest strap and let the weight slide off my shoulders, hearing it hit the trail with a dull thud. I turned and bolted back the way I had come, my headlamp bouncing wildly and cutting desperate, frantic arcs of light through the trees. I wasn't hiking anymore. I was running for my life. The ridge was a treacherous maze of roots, loose shale, and sudden drops, but I didn't care. I threw myself down the mountain, my lungs burning and my vision blurring with tears of pure, unadulterated terror. Behind me, the whistle started again. Tweet-weep. It was closer now. Every few seconds, the sound would echo through the woods. The same friendly, hiker's whistle, but distorted by the sound of heavy, backward-jointed limbs crashing through the undergrowth. I could hear the thing parallel to me, snapping through the thickets of rhododendron like they were nothing more than dry grass. It wasn't staying on the trail. It was cutting through the brush, hurting me downward. I tripped over a protruding root and went down hard, sliding several feet on the sharp rocks. My palms were shredded and my knee was screaming in pain, but I didn't stop. I scrambled up on all fours and kept moving, the sound of the clicking, backward joints now only yards away. The descent felt like an eternity. Every shadow looked like that featureless, waxy face. Every rustle of the wind sounded like its mechanical breath. I finally burst through the last line of trees and saw the glint of moonlight on the hood of my car in the trailhead parking lot. I didn't slow down. I fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking so violently I nearly dropped them into the dark. I dove into the driver's seat and slammed the locks just as a heavy, wet thud hit the side of the car. The vehicle rocked on its suspension, and I heard the unmistakable sound of long, hard nails dragging across the glass of my rear window. I didn't look back. I threw the car into reverse and floored it, the tires screaming as I tore out of the gravel lot. I drove for 2 hours without stopping, my eyes fixed on the road ahead, terrified that if I looked in the rearview mirror, I'd see that red flannel shirt sitting in my back seat. When I finally reached a well-lit gas station, I saw the damage. The side of my car was covered in deep, vertical gouges, and there was a smear of a thick, grayish fluid on the window that smelled like stagnant water and old copper. I sat there in the fluorescent light and wept, the sound of my own sobbing eventually being drowned out by the quiet hum of the night. I never went back for my pack. I called the local rangers a few days later and told them I'd been harassed by a bear and had to abandon my gear, but I didn't tell them the truth. I knew they wouldn't believe me, and part of me didn't want to hear them try to explain it away with talk of mountain psychosis or hypoxia. I know what I saw on that ridge. I know that things exist in the high places of Appalachia that don't follow the laws of biology or physics. They are things that have lived in those hollows since the mountains were young, and they've learned how to look like us, but they can't quite get the movements right. Now, I stay away from the deep woods. I've traded my hiking boots for running shoes, and I keep to the paved paths in the city parks where there are plenty of people and the lights never go out. But sometimes, when I'm walking home late at night and the streets are empty, I'll hear a whistle from an alleyway, a sharp, friendly, familiar whistle. I don't turn around. I just put my head down and walk a little faster, the sound of my own heartbeat echoing in my ears like the rhythmic popping of backward joints. The mountains are beautiful from a distance, but I've learned that once you've been marked by the thing that walks all wrong, you never really stop being part of the hunt. The ridge is still up there, silent and watching, waiting for the next solo hiker to signal their presence to the dark. Story 14. Living out here in the shadow of the Blue Ridge Parkway, isolation becomes a companion you learn to live with, like an old ache that never quite fades. My cabin's tucked into a fold of the mountains in western North Carolina, a one-room affair I built myself after retiring from the mill 10 years back. No neighbors for miles, just the endless whisper of pines and the occasional rumble of tourists on the parkway above. I chose this spot for the quiet, the way the ridges cup the hollow and muffle the world. But quiet has its own weight, especially at night when the dark presses close and every creak in the rafters sounds like a story unfolding. Buster was my buffer against that emptiness. A big German shepherd, all black and tan muscle, with a bark that could rattle windows. I got him as a pup from a breeder in Asheville, trained him to guard the property. He was fearless, patrolling the perimeter like he owned the land, chasing off deer and the rare hiker who wandered too far off trail. We'd share evenings on the porch, him at my feet while I sipped coffee, watching fog roll down the slopes. He made the solitude bearable, a living reminder that I wasn't entirely alone. That rainy night in early spring 2021 sticks in my mind like a splinter, the kind you can't dig out. The weather had turned foul around dusk. Gray skies, unloading sheets of water that drummed on the tin roof like impatient fingers. I'd spent the day splitting wood, my back aching from the swing of the axe, and by evening, I was bone-tired. Buster paced by the door, whining softly, his nails clicking on the pine floor. "All right, boy," I muttered, cracking the back door. The screen porch beyond was slick with rain, the air heavy with the scent of wet earth and ozone. He bolted out, vanishing into the gloom toward the tree lean where he usually did his business. I watched for a moment, the downpour blurring the yard into a hazy veil, then shut the door against the chill. The cabin felt smaller without him, the fire in the wood stove crackling softly, casting flickering shadows on the walls lined with books and old tools. I poured myself a mug of herbal tea, chamomile, to ease the knots in my shoulders, and settled into my armchair, listening to the storm rage. 5 minutes passed, then 10. Buster was reliable. He'd scratch at the door when ready, his wet fur shaking off rain like a ritual. But the clock on the mantel ticked onward, the hands creeping past 20 minutes. Unease stirred in my gut, that subtle nag you get when routine breaks. The rain hadn't let up, pounding harder now, turning the yard into mud. I set the mug down and went to the window, peering out. Darkness swallowed everything beyond the porch. The parkway's distant hum drowned out. "Buster," I called, voice muffled by the glass. No response. I moved to the door, cracking it open, the damp air rushing in like a sigh. Whistled sharp and clear, the way I'd trained him, 2 short bursts. Silence at first, broken only by the patter on leaves. Then from the edge of the yard, where the woods began, a bark. It was Buster's, but off, hollow, with a wet rattle like fluid gurgled in his throat. Maybe he'd swallowed water or caught a chill. "Come on, boy." I whistled again. The bark echoed back, closer this time, but still strange. I strained to listen over the rain, heart picking up a beat. The mountains play tricks with sound sometimes, echoes bouncing off ridges, making distant calls seem near. I'd heard stories from rangers about hikers disoriented by it, wandering in circles till dawn. But this felt different, too precise. "Buster, inside," I shouted, stepping onto the porch, boots thudding on the planks. The response came quick, a bark that started canine, but shifted midway, morphing into something human, like a man yelling "woof" in a raspy imitation. The hair on my arms stood straight, a chill racing down my spine despite the humid air. That wasn't my dog. Couldn't be. I fumbled for the porch light switch, the bulb flickering to life, casting a yellow glow over the steps and the muddy yard beyond. Rain slanted through the beam, but at the bottom of the stairs, something stood. At first, my mind tried to force it into sense, a stray dog, maybe drawn by the storm. But no, it was on all fours, skin and bones, grayish-white hide stretched taut over ribs that poked like fence posts. Not fur, bare skin, mottled and slick with rain, veins pulsing faintly beneath. Around its neck, glinting in the light, was Buster's collar, the red nylon one with the brass tag I'd engraved myself. "Buster," it read, with my phone number below. The thing looked up, eyes locking on mine, intelligent, brimming with a hatred that felt personal, like it knew me. Not animal wild, but calculated, the way a person glares when they've been wronged. It tried to wag its tail, a stubby appendage flicking jerky and wrong, out of rhythm, like strings pulled by an unskilled puppeteer. My stomach twisted. This wasn't a dog, not even a sick one. Maybe a feral human, one of those lost souls the old-timers whispered about, folks who'd vanished into the hills decades ago, surviving on scraps, their bodies warped by hunger and exposure until they crawled like beasts. I dismissed those tales as folklore, but staring at this abomination, doubt crumbled. It opened its mouth, jaws hinging wide, and spoke. Not in barks, but my voice echoing back at me, warm and familiar. "Good boy." The words hung in the air, laced with mockery, the tone I'd used to praise Buster after a fetch. Bile rose in my throat. I slammed the door, fumbling the lock with shaking hands. Backed away into the cabin, breath ragged, mind reeling. What the hell was that? A prank? No one out here to pull it. Disease? Rabies twisting some poor creature? But the collar, how? Buster. Where was Buster? Panic clawed up, images flashing. My dog out there, hurt, this thing stripping his collar like a trophy. I grabbed the shotgun from the rack by the fireplace. A Remington 870, loaded with buckshot for bears or intruders. Pumped around into the chamber, the metallic click a small anchor in the chaos. The fire popped, embers glowing, but the warmth did nothing against the cold dread settling in. Then the ramming started. A thud against the door, heavy and deliberate, shaking the frame. Not frantic like a scared animal, but rhythmic, testing. Wood groaned under the impact, hinges rattling. I planted myself in the center of the room, barrel aimed at the entrance, finger hovering on the trigger. "Get away!" I yelled, voice cracking. Another thud, harder, the door bowing slightly. Rain hammered the roof, but beneath it, I heard scratching, nails dragging down the wood, slow and insistent, like it was savoring the fear seeping through. I imagined those hateful eyes on the other side, that gray form hurling itself again and again. Hours blurred. The clock ticked past midnight, then 1. The assaults came in waves, bangs followed by silence, just long enough to let hope flicker, then resuming. In the lulls, I'd hear it pacing the porch, Footsteps, uneven, claws clicking. Once it barked again, that hollow woof, then shifted to my voice, whispering "good boy" through the cracks, drawing out the words like a taunt. Memories flooded in the waiting. Buster as a pup, tumbling in the yard. Night's heat alert to coyotes, his growl a comfort. Was he gone? Taken by this thing? Or worse, become it somehow? The isolation hit hard. The nearest town 20 miles down, winding roads, slick with rain. No phone signal in storms. The landline dead from a fallen branch weeks back. Just me, the gun, and whatever lurked outside. Sweat beaded on my forehead, the stove's heat stifling now. I whispered prayers I hadn't uttered since childhood, bargaining with the dark. The ramming peaked around 3, the door splintering at the edges but holding. Then, as dawn grayed the windows, it stopped. Silence, save the dripping eaves. I waited, shotgun heavy in my arms, until sunlight filtered through, weak but real. Venturing out, the porch was marred. Gouges in the wood, muddy prints too large for a dog, splayed like hands. No sign of the thing or Buster. I searched the yard, calling his name till my voice hoarsed, but only echoes answered. Found the collar later, discarded in the mud, tag bent. Buried it under his favorite tree, a hollow ritual. Rangers came days later, after I hiked to the parkway, for help. Probably a sick bear, they said, noting the prints. Or a vagrant. But their eyes held doubt. They'd heard similar whispers. I fortified the cabin, new door, motion lights, but sleep evades me. Nights, when rain falls, I hear scratching at the edges, a woof that twists into words. Was it a feral man, mimicking to survive? Or something the mountains birth, echoing what we love to draw us out? I don't know, and the not knowing festers, a sorrow that dogs my steps. Buster's gone, and with him, the illusion of safety. The Blue Ridge watches, ancient and indifferent, holding its secrets close, leaving me listening forever for the wrong voice at the door. Story 15. I grew up on the edge of the Jefferson National Forest, a place where the mountains don't just loom over you. They seem to press down on you with the weight of everything that's ever been lost in their hollows. My brother, Leo, and I were the kind of kids who lived for the woods. We knew every creek bed, every old logging road, and every abandoned foundation within a 5-mile radius of our house. As we got older, that obsession didn't fade. It just became more technical. We started getting into long-range survival gear, and last autumn, we decided to do a comms test in a designated wilderness area near the Kentucky border. The plan was simple but rigorous. We'd hike into the deep brush and set up 2 separate camps exactly 5 miles apart, using the ridgeline to test out some high-end, long-range walkie-talkies we'd picked up. It was supposed to be a fun, tactical challenge, a night of solo camping with the comfort of each other's voices just a button press away. I set up my camp in a small clearing surrounded by ancient, gnarled hemlocks. The silence out there is different than the silence in town. It's a heavy, expectant quiet, the kind that makes you feel like you're being watched by something that hasn't seen a human in decades. By the time the sun dipped below the jagged horizon, the temperature had plummeted and a thin, milky fog began to crawl up from the valley floor. Leo and I did our scheduled check-ins every hour on the dot. At 8 p.m., he sounded great, joking about the mediocre freeze-dried beef stroganoff he was eating. At 9 p.m., he mentioned that the wind had picked up on his side of the ridge. At 10 p.m., he was getting ready to turn in. Everything seemed perfectly normal, just 2 brothers enjoying the isolation of the Appalachian backcountry. I crawled into my sleeping bag around 11 p.m., the walkie-talkie resting on my chest. I fell into a light, uneasy sleep, the kind where your brain stays half-tethered to the sounds of the forest. Around midnight, a sharp burst of static hiss from the radio, jolting me wide awake. I felt the cold air of the tent against my face as I fumbled for the device in the dark. The green light on the handset flickered, struggling against the interference. "Mike, you there?" Over, the voice said. It was Leo. There was no mistaking that specific, low-pitched rasp he'd had ever since he broke his nose in high school. But something about the way he said it felt hollow, like he was speaking into a metal bucket. I pressed the talk button, my thumb shivering slightly. Yeah, I'm here, Leo. You're waking me up, man. Everything okay? Over. I waited, staring at the ceiling of the tent, watching the faint shadows of the hemlock branches sway in the moonlight. There was a long, agonizing pause. The static on the other end didn't sound like atmospheric noise. It sounded rhythmic, like a heavy, wet breathing that was being digitized and distorted. Finally, the radio crackled back to life. Everything okay, the voice said. The words were dragged out, the vowels stretching into a sickening, artificial moan. Come to my tent. Mike, come here. A cold spike of dread drove itself into my gut. My brother is a seasoned woodsman. He knows that the first rule of solo camping is to never leave your sight in the middle of the night, especially not in a wilderness area with no marked trails. Leo, you're acting weird. If you're hurt, tell me now. Why would I hike 5 miles in the dark? Over. No response. I tried to call a cell phone, knowing full well there was zero service out here, but I did it anyway out of sheer desperation. I watched the no service icon mock me in the dark. I went back to the radio, but this time I didn't press the button. I just listened. Mike, 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 the voice began to chant. With every repetition, the human quality stripped away. It started to sound metallic, then shrill, like a bird mimicking a human without knowing what the words meant. The voice was losing its Leo skin, revealing something jagged and cold underneath. I sat up, clutching my hunting knife, my ears straining so hard they actually began to ring. The radio was still chanting my name, but the sound was getting fainter, as if the device was being moved away from the transmitter. That's when I heard it, the unmistakable, sharp snap of a heavy branch breaking just outside the thin nylon wall of my tent. My heart stopped. The sound didn't come from the direction of the trail. It came from the dense, overgrown thicket directly behind my head. The chanting on the radio stopped instantly, replaced by a dead, oppressive silence. I stayed perfectly still, not even daring to breathe. I was less than a foot away from the canvas. I could feel the cold radiating from the outside, and then I felt something else. I felt the slight, weightless pressure of something leaning against the tent. The fabric stretched almost imperceptibly as something pressed its weight against the side of my shelter. Then a whisper drifted through the nylon, so close I could feel the vibration of the air. It was Leo's voice, perfect, clear, and devoid of any radio static. I see you in there, Mike. The sheer impossibility of it paralyzed me. Leo was 5 miles away. There was no way he could have hiked that distance through the Appalachian brush, in the pitch black, without a light, and arrived at my tent in the time between our check-ins. More importantly, Leo wouldn't be standing in the dark, whispering like a lunatic through my tent wall. My brain went into a frantic, looping logic gate. If that wasn't Leo, then would have been listening to us all night, would have been sitting in the shadows, absorbing the cadence of our voices, the structure of our sentences, and the intimacy of our names. The thing outside began to circle the tent. It wasn't the sound of an animal. It was bipedal, but the steps were heavy and lacked the heel-toe strike of a human in boots. It sounded like something walking on flat, fleshy pads. As it moved, it started to experiment with its voice. It wasn't just Leo anymore. I heard my mother's voice calling me for dinner. I heard my ex-girlfriend's laugh. I heard the station commander from the local fire department where I used to volunteer. It was a library of every voice I'd ever known, all being played back in a distorted, mocking jumble. Mike, open the door. Mike, it's cold. Mike, I'm hurt. I gripped my knife until my knuckles turned white, but I knew the blade wouldn't do anything against whatever was out there. This wasn't a bear or a feral person. This was something that lived in the gaps of the mountain, something that fed on the psychological cracks of isolation. I realized then that it had been using the radio to lure me out of the safety of the tent. It wanted me in the open, in the fog, where my senses would be useless. When I didn't come out, it decided to come to me. The scratching started then, long, slow drags of what sounded like dull nails across the rain fly. It wasn't trying to tear the tent. It was stroking it like someone feeling the texture of a piece of fruit before they bite into it. Mike, are you awake? Over. The radio on my chest flared to life. This time, the voice was loud, clear, and genuinely frantic. It was the real Leo. I could hear the wind whipping against his microphone and the genuine terror in his tone. "Mike, something is outside my tent. It's talking to me in your voice. It's telling me to come to your camp. Mike, don't answer it. If you hear me, don't answer it." The thing outside my tent stopped scratching the moment Leo's real voice broke the silence. I heard a low, frustrated hiss, a sound like steam escaping a pipe. Then, the voice outside changed one last time. It stopped mimicking people I knew. It produced a sound that I can only describe as a human voice being played backward and at triple speed. It was a chattering, clicking series of sounds that made my skin crawl. I heard the heavy footsteps retreat into the brush, moving with an incredible, crashing speed that no person could achieve in that terrain. It sounded like a bulldozer moving through the hemlocks. I didn't answer Leo on the radio. I was too afraid that the thing would hear me, that it would record my reaction and use it to further torture my brother. I sat in the center of my tent, away from the walls, with my knife in one hand and my flare gun in the other, until the sun finally began to bleed through the trees. I didn't sleep for a single second. Every rustle of a leaf, every shift of the wind, sounded like a preamble to a whisper. When the light was finally strong enough, I packed my gear in a blind, shaking frenzy. I didn't care about being quiet. I just wanted to move. I hiked the 5 miles to Leo's camp in record time, my eyes scanning every shadow, every rock formation. When I found him, he was sitting outside his tent, his shotgun across his lap, looking 10 years older than he had the day before. We didn't say a word. We just packed his gear and hiked out to the trailhead in total silence. We didn't even turn the radios back on. We left them in the trash can at the ranger station. Leo, I don't go camping anymore. We don't even like to talk on the phone if the reception is bad and there's too much static. My brother moved to the coast, as far away from the mountains as he could get. He says he can't stand the way the wind sounds in the trees. As for me, I still live in Kentucky, but I stay in the city. I need the streetlights. I need the ambient noise of traffic and people. Because I know that out there, in the unmapped stretches of the wilderness, there's something that remembers my voice. It's sitting in a hollow somewhere, practicing my name, waiting for the next time it hears a crackle of static in the dark. I often wonder if it's still out there using Leo's voice to lure some other hiker into the fog. I wonder if it's perfected the laugh yet. But mostly, I wonder what it would have done if I'd actually stepped out of that tent. I think I know the answer, and that's why I never go back. Some things in Appalachia aren't meant to be heard, and once you've heard them, the silence is never really silent again. Story 16. The chill of pre-dawn in the West Virginia hills has a way of seeping into your bones, making every rustle in the leaves feel like a whisper from the land itself. I've been hunting these woods since I was a boy, back when my dad would wake me before the stars faded, handing me a thermos of black coffee that tasted like tar but kept the fog from my head. Now, at 42, it was my ritual alone, climbing into a tree stand high up on the ridge, bough in hand, waiting for the world to wake. That morning in late October 2014, the air hung heavy with the scent of decaying leaves and damp soil, the kind that clings to your camo like a second skin. I parked my truck a mile back at the old logging road, hiking in under cover of darkness to avoid spooking the game. The stand was strapped to a sturdy oak, about 20 feet up, overlooking a small clearing I'd baited with a food plot, corn and apples to draw on the deer. The wind was in my favor, blowing steady from the north, carrying my scent away down the hollow. I settled in, knocking an arrow quietly, the compound bough resting across my lap. Silence wrapped around me, broken only by the occasional drip of dew from branches overhead. In those moments, the isolation felt pure, a communion with the wild that city folks chase but never quite grasp. As the sky lightened to a bruised gray, the forest stirred. Faint outlines emerged, bushes sharpening into focus, the clearing's edges defined by tangled underbrush. I breathed slow, eyes scanning for movement. Hunting's as much about patience as skill. You learn to read the woods like a book, noting every snapped twig or distant call. A squirrel chattered first, then a crow's harsh caw echoed from the ridge. My fingers flexed on a bough grip, cold stiff but ready. Then they came, A herd of deer ghosting into the clearing from the east, shadows materializing into forms. Mostly their coats a muted brown against the frost-tipped grass, noses down, grazing tentatively. Trailing them was a buck, impressive rack branching like lightning, body thick from summer forage. My pulse quickened. He was the one I glassed weeks back, patterning his route through trail cam photos. I lifted the bow slowly, drawing back as he stepped into range, broadside and oblivious. The wind held, no whiff of me reaching them. Just a few more seconds for the perfect shot. Heart or lungs clean and quick. But then chaos. A crack from the woods, maybe a branch underfoot, and the herd bolted, white tails flashing as they scattered into the trees. Hooves thundered, fading fast into the undergrowth. All except one. A lone doe remained in the center of the clearing, frozen mid-step, ears perked but not twitching. She didn't flee, didn't even glance at the retreating herd. Instead, her head turned slowly, gaze lifting, not to the food plot or the tree lean, but straight up, right at my stand. Deer don't do that. They rely on scent and sound. Looking up means they've caught wind of you, but the breeze was still in my face, steady as a promise. I held my breath, arrow half drawn, waiting for her to spook. She didn't, just stared, dark eyes fixed on my silhouette against the branches. Unease prickled my scalp. In all my years, I'd never seen one lock on like that, unblinking, almost knowing. The woods fell quieter than before, the squirrels' chatter gone, the crows silent. Just the soft rustle of leaves in the wind, and my heartbeat thumping in my ears. I shifted slightly, the stand creaking under my weight, a sound that should have sent her running. Nothing. She stood there, legs planted, as if rooted. Then, slowly, terrifyingly slow, she began to rise. Not rearing up like a horse bucking, but straightening on her hind legs, flat-footed, balancing with an ease that twisted my gut. Her front hooves dangled limp at her chest, swaying gently like arms at rest. The motion was wrong, unnatural for a deer, joints popping audibly as her frame adjusted, spine elongating with a series of cracks that echoed like dry branches snapping. Her neck stretched too, craning upward, muscles bulging under the hide in ways that defied anatomy. I froze, bow forgotten, arrow slipping slack. What the hell was this? A diseased animal. Maybe chronic wasting twisting its body? But her eyes held steady, that same piercing stare, not glazed with sickness, but sharp, assessing. The clearing seemed to shrink, the trees leaning in, fog creeping from the hollow like breath from unseen lungs. She opened her mouth then, jaw hinging wide, and the sound that came out wasn't a bleat or a snort. It was a scream, a woman's scream, raw and desperate, calling for help. "Help me!" It wailed, vibrating through the air, resonating in my chest like a bass drum. Not animal, but human, pain, pleading, the kind you'd hear in a nightmare or a distant accident. My skin crawled. It was perfect, too perfect, echoing off the ridges and waves. I thought of the old stories my dad told around the campfire. Feral people in these hills, survivors of mining collapses or runaways from the Depression, gone wild and cunning, mimicking cries to lure the unwary. I'd laugh them off as yarns, but here it was, this thing screaming in a voice that could have been my sister's, my wife's. Terror rooted me. I couldn't draw the bow, fingers numb. It took a step forward, still on two legs, gait awkward but deliberate, like a toddler learning to walk, but with a predator's intent. Hooves clacked on the ground, leaving prints that looked too deep, too human-shaped in the soft earth. Panic surged. I fumbled my backpack, unzipping it with shaking hands, and hurled it down, water bottle, snacks, extra gloves tumbling out as it hit the grass with a thud. The thing paused, head tilting, scream cutting off mid-wail. Those eyes flicked to the bag, then back to me, a glint of what might have been amusement or hunger. I didn't wait, scrambled higher into the canopy, branches scraping my arms, bark rough under my palms. The stand ended, but the oak's limbs were thick. I pulled myself up, heart hammering, legs dangling before finding purchase. Rain from earlier nights had slicked the wood, but adrenaline gripped me tight. Below, the creature approached the tree, scream resuming. Now a loop of "help me, please," voice cracking like it enjoyed the mimicry. It circled the trunk, upright still, front limbs pawing the bark experimentally, nails, hooves, digging in. A low growl undercut the cries, guttural and real, not imitated. The woods watched, silent witnesses, as if the land itself conspired. I clung there, maybe 30 feet up, bow slung over my shoulder, arrow lost somewhere below. The sun crested the ridge finally, golden light filtering through leaves, but it brought no relief. The thing paced, screams fading to whimpers, then back to full-throated pleas, never tiring. Hours blurred. My arms ached, sweat soaking my thermals despite the morning chill. I whispered prayers, bargained with whatever gods haunt these hills. Was it a person once? A hunter lost, warped by starvation into this abomination? Or something born from the forest's depths? A legend made flesh? The isolation crushed me. No cell signal up here, no one here if I yelled. Just the creature in me, locked in this vigil. By noon, clouds rolled in, shadowing the clearing. It stopped screaming abruptly, dropping to all fours with a thud, shaking like a dog shedding water. Then, without a glance, it loped into the trees, four-legged now, but with that same unnatural grace, vanishing into the underbrush. I waited another hour, ears straining for any return, before descending. The backpack lay untouched, contents scattered. No prints, but the deer's, elongated, splayed. I gathered my gear, legs jelly, and hiked out fast, glancing over my shoulder every few steps. Back at the truck, I drove straight home, the ridge receding in the mirror like a bad dream. Told no one at first, who'd believe, but sleep evades me now. Nights, I hear screams in the wind, see those eyes in the dark. I sold the bow, avoid the woods. Rangers say it was probably a sick deer, prion messing with its brain. But I know better. The mountains hold echoes of a lost, feral remnants watching from the shadows, mimicking to survive or ensnare. What became of the real herd? Or the buck? Questions fester, a sorrow that trails me like mist. The Blue Ridge doesn't explain. It endures, leaving you haunted, forever scanning the tree line for what stands on two legs and calls your name. Story 17. I grew up on the edge of the Shenandoah Valley, where the mountains don't just sit on the horizon. They loom over you, heavy and ancient, like they're holding back a secret that's been festering since the dawn of time. My girlfriend, Sarah, and I have been dating for about 3 years when we decided to rent a secluded cabin near a private lake in the deeper, unmapped stretches of the Blue Ridge. It was supposed to be a weekend of total disconnect. No cell service, no emails, just the two of us in the quiet of the high country. The lake was a dark, obsidian basin tucked into a natural bowl formed by 3 surrounding ridges. It was beautiful in a way that felt slightly off, like a painting that was almost perfect but had one detail that made your skin crawl if you stared at it for too long. The water was unnaturally still, rarely even showing a ripple from the wind, as if the surface was made of something thicker and more viscous than water. It was our second night there, a humid Saturday in mid-September. The air was thick with the scent of damp pine and the metallic tang of an approaching storm that never quite broke. We decided to head down to the small, weathered wooden dock at the edge of the property for some late-night fishing. The moonlight was exceptionally bright, cutting through the mountain mist and casting long, stark shadows across the dock. We sat there in a comfortable silence for nearly an hour, the only sound being the occasional creak of the old timber and the soft click of our reels. Around midnight, the crickets and bullfrogs suddenly went dead silent. It was a jarring transition, the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring as they strain for a familiar sound. I didn't think much of it at the time, putting it down to a predator like a coyote or an owl being nearby. I had just finished unhooking a small sunfish and decided to wash the bait slime and lake grime off my hands. I knelt at the very edge of the dock, where the wood was slick with moss, and leaned over the water. The surface was a perfect mirror, reflecting the moon and the twisted silhouettes of the hemlocks behind me. As I dipped my hands into the water, the coldness of it was shocking. It felt like ice water, even though the air was nearly 80 degrees. I looked down at my reflection, expecting to see my own face staring back, mimicking my movements as I rubbed my hands together. But what I saw made the blood in my veins turn to liquid lead. I was moving my head, looking left and right, but the face in the water remained perfectly still. It was staring straight up at the sky, its eyes wide and unblinking, while I was looking down at it. My first thought was that I was exhausted, that the flickering moonlight was playing tricks on my depth perception. I blinked hard and rubbed my eyes, taking a deep breath of the damp air. When I looked back down, the reflection was still there, but it had changed. It wasn't just motionless anymore. It was reacting. The face in the water, my face, began to peel back its lips into a smile. It wasn't a natural grin. It was a wide, jagged expression that stretched far beyond the corners of its mouth, revealing rows of teeth that looked sharper and more numerous than mine. I wasn't smiling. My mouth was hanging open in a silent gasp of terror. I felt a surge of adrenaline that made my vision blur, a primal flight response that screamed at me to get away from the water's edge. Before I could pull back, a hand shot out from beneath the surface. It didn't reach for my throat or my clothes. It slammed onto the wood of the dock, right next to my face with a sickening, wet thud. The hand was a pale, translucent gray, with elongated fingers and a thin, translucent webbing between the knuckles. It looked like a human hand that had been left in the water for decades, stripped of its life and color. The skin was freezing. I could feel the cold radiating off it even from inches away. I scrambled backward on my hands and knees, my heart hammering so hard against my ribs I thought it would shatter them. Sarah screamed, dropping her rod as she saw the pale limb clutching the dock. We didn't wait to see the rest of it. We turned and bolted up the narrow, pine needle-covered path toward the safety of the cabin. I made the mistake of looking over my shoulder just as we reached the tree-line. In the stark, silver light of the moon, I saw a figure pulling itself out of the black water and onto the dock. It was wearing my flannel shirt, my denim jeans, and my boots, but the way it moved was entirely inhuman. It didn't stand up. It stayed on all fours, its limbs bending at angles that would have snapped a man's bones. It moved with a terrifying, fluid grace, galloping across the wooden slats with a wet, slapping sound that echoed across the quiet lake. It reached the shore and hit the dirt, moving with the speed of a predatory animal. Its head snapped forward as it locked its gaze on us. It wasn't running, it was hunting. We burst into the cabin, and I slammed the heavy oak door, throwing the deadbolt and the security chain with trembling hands. I dragged the kitchen table in front of the door, my breath coming in ragged, sobbing gasps. Sarah was in the corner, clutching a fireplace poker, her eyes wide with a shock that I knew would never truly leave her. We turned off all the lights, thinking that maybe if we were in the dark, it wouldn't be able to find us. But the silence of the cabin was even worse than the noise. For the next 3 hours, we sat on the floor of the living room, listening. We heard the wet, heavy footsteps move around the perimeter of the house. It wasn't just pacing, it was testing the walls, its long nails dragging across the siding with a sound like a serrated knife on wood. Then the voice started. It was my voice, but it sounded like it was being played back through a distorted speaker. "Sarah, it's cold. Let me in." I fell in the water. It was a perfect mimicry of my tone, my cadence, even the specific way I pronounce her name. But underneath the words, there was a low, bubbling sound, as if the speaker's lungs were filled with lake water. The thing was standing right outside the window, its face pressed against the glass. I could see the silhouette of my own head, but the neck was too long, and the shoulders were hunched up toward its ears. It stayed there for hours, whispering my own memories back to me, trying to lure us into opening the door. When the sun finally began to peek over the ridges, the sound stopped. I waited until the light was full and golden before I dared to look out the window. The woods were empty, the lake as still and glass-like as it had been the night before. I packed our bags in a frantic, silent blur, and we drove out of those mountains as fast as my truck would take us. We didn't stop until we were 3 counties away. I never told the rental owners what happened. What would I even say? That I saw myself crawl out of the lake. I still live in the city now, far away from any standing water. I don't go fishing anymore, and I've covered the mirrors in my hallway with heavy blankets. People think I'm crazy, but they didn't see what I saw. Every time I pass a puddle or a dark window, I'm terrified that I'll look down and see that wide, unnatural grin staring back at me. I know that thing is still out there, sitting in that mountain hollow, wearing my clothes and practicing my voice. It didn't get me that night, but I can't shake the feeling that it's just waiting for the next time I'm alone in the dark, close enough to a reflection to let in. The mountains don't forget, and once you've seen the thing that lives in the glass, you realize that you're never truly the only version of yourself in this world. Sometimes, the reflection decides it's tired of being the one in the water. Story 18. The back roads through the hollows of eastern Kentucky have always been my shortcut home from the plant, especially on those graveyard shifts that leave you bone-weary and bleary-eyed. It's a winding stretch of cracked asphalt flanked by steep ridges, where the trees crowd in like they're trying to reclaim the path, and the only light comes from your headlights slicing through the dark. I've been pulling doubles for weeks that fall of 2016, saving up for a down payment on a house after the divorce left me crashing on my brother's couch. The pay was good, but the hours blurred the days into one long haze. That night, around 3 a.m., the air had that crisp bite of autumn, fog creeping up from the creeks like smoke from a dying fire. My old Chevy truck rattled along, radio tuned to a staticky country station playing Johnny Cash low, just enough to keep me awake. No other cars out there. Folks in these parts know better than to tempt the curves after dark with deer jumping out or washouts from the last rain. Isolation was part of the appeal. It gave me time to think or not think, just drive and let the mountains swallow the noise in my head. I'd rounded a sharp bend near the old Harlan County line when the flashing blues lit up my rear view. At first, I thought it was a reflection or my eyes playing tricks, maybe a low battery in the mirror or something. But no, steady pulses, red and blue alternating, closing in fast. My stomach dropped. I wasn't speeding, hadn't had a drop since the weekend, but cops out here could be picky, especially if they were bored on patrol. I eased off the gas, pulling onto the gravel shoulder, tires crunching over fallen leaves. The cruiser behind was unmarked, a plain black sedan with those roof lights hidden until they flipped on. Standard enough for undercover, I figured, maybe a state trooper running radar on the straights. I killed the engine, leaving the keys in, and rolled down the window, the cool air rushing in with the scent of wet pine and distant coal dust. The radio hummed softly, Johnny's voice crooning about walking the line. I waited, heart thumping a little harder than it should, glancing in the side mirror for the officer's approach. Footsteps crunched on the gravel, slow and measured, but the figure stayed just out of view, lingering behind the B-pillar where the shadows hid his face. License and registration. The voice came flat and buzzy, like it was filtered through a bad walkie-talkie or a cheap speaker. No inflection, no regional drawl you'd expect from a local cop. I frowned, reaching for my wallet on the dash, pulling out the cards. "Evening, officer," I said, trying to keep it casual. Was I speeding? No response, just that heavy breathing, almost mechanical, over the rain starting to patter on the roof. I handed the documents out the window, arm extended into the night. A hand took them, cold fingers brushing mine, but something fell off right away. The skin was grayish in the dim light from my cab, clammy like raw chicken, and the fingers, too long, stretching twice what a man should, ending in dark, pointed nails that looked sharp and not clipped. Claws, my mind whispered, but I shoved it down, trick of the light, maybe gloves or something. "Step out of the vehicle." The voice buzzed again, glitching on step, stretching the word into a static hiss. My skin prickled, the fog thickened, muffling the world outside, turning the hollow into a tunnel of gray. I hesitated, hand on the door handle. "What's this about, sir?" I asked, voice steadier than I felt. No answer. The rain picked up, drumming harder, but that breathing persisted, ragged now like air through a clogged filter. I risked a glance in the side mirror, angling my head. The figure was tall, uniform dark and crisp, but the fabric looked wrong. Too tight, like it was painted on, seams blending into the skin beneath. And the face, a blur, shifting into reflection, flesh rippling like water over stones. No clear features, just hollows where eyes should be. Panic coiled in my gut. This wasn't right. No badge gleam, no holster visible, just that elongated hand clutching my papers, claws tapping idly. The mountains loomed silent, no help coming, miles from the nearest house or gas station. Stories flicker in my mind, the kind old-timers spin at the plan about things in these hills. Feral folks gone wild after mine closures, surviving on whatever they could scavenge, bodies twisted by inbreeding or chemicals leaching from the ground. I'd laugh them off, but here alone, doubt crept in. Please, step out, the voice repeated, glitch worsening, words fragmenting like a bad recording. The hand withdrew, papers dropping to the mud with a splat. I didn't think, just floored the accelerator. The truck lurched forward, tires spinning on wet gravel before catching, shooting me back onto the road. In the rear view, the figure didn't move at first, just stood there, blues flashing over its form. Then it dropped, smooth, deliberate, to all fours, limbs folding unnaturally, and sprinted. Not ran, sprinted like a hound after a rabbit, gaining ground impossibly fast. My speedometer climbed, 30, 40 miles per hour, and it kept pace, claws digging into the asphalt, sparks flying in the lights. The face lifted, that blurred mass resolving for a second into something almost human, mouth open in a silent snarl, eyes reflecting red like coals. The buzzer voice echoed faintly, carried on the wind. Stop. Vehicle. Glitching into static. Terror choked me. I swerve around bends, truck fishtailing, praying for the highway. The hollows narrowed, trees whipping by, but it didn't tire, loping alongside now. Close enough, I heard the slap of flesh on pavement. Miles blurred, the chase stretching eternal in the rain-slicked night. At 50 miles per hour, it veered closer, one claw scraping the fender with a screech that vibrated the cab. I yelled, pointless in the roar, slamming the gas harder. 60 miles per hour, the needle trembled, and finally it lagged, dropping back, but those eyes held in the mirror, hateful, knowing. The road straightened, opening to the valley, and it peeled off into the woods, crashing through underbrush like it belonged there. I didn't slow until the lights of town glowed ahead, pulling into the first lit lot, a 24-hour diner with trucks idling. Shaking, I cut the engine, breaths coming in gasps. The waitress inside gave me coffee. No questions, her eyes saying she'd seen rattled folks before. I reported it to the sheriff the next day. Fake cop, maybe a prank or worse. He nodded, mentioned similar whispers. Pullovers gone wrong, figures in the dark. Hills hide things, he said, shrugging. No follow-up. I drive the interstate now. Avoid the hollows after sundown. The scratch on the fender's still there, a jagged reminder. Was it a man, strung out and disguised? Or something feral, mimicking authority to lure the isolated? The not knowing eats at me, a sorrow that shadows quiet nights. When blues flash behind, my heart skips, scanning mirrors for gray hands, blurred faces. The mountains keep their own, whispering dread in the wind, leaving you forever glancing back, wondering what's chasing in the dark. Story 19. I grew up in the shadow of Blackwood Mountain, a place where the earth is scarred by a century of coal mining, and the air always carries a faint, metallic tang of iron and sulfur. In our corner of Appalachia, the mines are like the veins of a ghost. They run deep, cold, and forgotten, stretching for miles beneath the hollows. Most of the old shafts were sealed up back in the 70s, capped with heavy concrete or iron grates, but the mountain has a way of breathing. Over time, the earth shifts, the timber rots, and the steel rusts away, leaving small, dark windows into a world that was never meant to be seen by the living. There was one specific site, the number 9 ventilation shaft, that used to be a local hotspot for teenagers looking to drink and scare each other. But all of that stopped last August. I don't think anyone in our town has set foot within a mile of that ridge since the night me and 2 of my buddies, Tyler and Jax, decided to see if the stories were true. The evening was suffocatingly hot, the kind of thick, humid southern night where the cicadas scream so loud they make your head throb. We had hiked up the old logging trail, our flashlights cutting weak yellow arcs through the dense fog that always seemed to settle in the low gaps. The woods felt heavy, almost expectant, as if the trees were leaning in to listen to our footsteps. We reached the perimeter of the abandoned mine site around midnight. It was a desolate graveyard of rusted machinery and crumbling brick structures, all being slowly reclaimed by the kudzu and briars. We were standing near the edge of the main ventilation shaft, a vertical drop lined with old, soot-stained brick, when the silence of the woods was broken by something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand straight up. It was a voice. It was thin, high-pitched, and sounded exactly like a young girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old. She was singing a nursery rhyme, Ring Around the Rosie, but she was singing it slowly, dragging out the vowels in a way that felt deliberate and cold. The sound wasn't coming from the woods. It was echoing up from the depths of the shaft, the stone walls giving the voice a hollow, metallic resonance. We all froze, looking at each other in the dim light of our lanterns. Jax whispered that we should leave, but that stubborn, youthful curiosity that has gotten so many people in trouble in these mountains kept us rooted to the spot. We walked to the edge of the iron grate, our boots crunching on the dry leaves, and aimed our high-powered flashlights down into the dark. At first, the beam just hit empty air and the damp, weeping walls of the shaft. But as I tilted the light further down, about 30 feet below the surface, the light caught a pair of eyes. They weren't animal eyes. They didn't have that glowing, reflective tapetum lucidum you see in a deer or a coyote. They were wet, intelligent, and unmistakably human. A deep, piercing blue that looked entirely too large for the face they were set in. As the light fully illuminated the creature, my stomach did a slow, sickening flip. It was crouched against the brickwork, its body a matted mess of dark, coarse fur that looked like a wolf's hide, but the proportions were all wrong. The limbs were long and spindly, ending in heavy, 5-fingered hands with black, curved claws that were dug deep into the mortar. The singing stopped the second the light hit its face. The creature tilted its head at a sharp, 90-degree angle, its neck popping with a sound like dry branches breaking. Its face was a horrific fusion of man and beast. The elongated snout and black nose of a canine, but with a forehead and brow that looked like they had been stolen from a person. Then it spoke. "Help me, please. I fell. It's dark down here." The voice was a perfect, heart-wrenching imitation of a terrified child. It was the sound of a little girl on the verge of tears, desperate and pleading. But as the words echoed up the shaft, I noticed the most disturbing detail of all. The creature's mouth remained closed. Its jaw didn't move, its lips didn't twitch, and there was no breath behind the words. The sound was being projected from somewhere deep inside its chest, a biological recording being played back with a precision that was fundamentally wrong. We stood there, paralyzed by the sheer, uncanny horror of it. The girl continued to scream for help, her voice getting louder and more frantic, even as the creature's wolf-like face remained a frozen, snarling mask of indifference. It was like watching a ventriloquist act performed by a predator. Suddenly, the creature began to move. It didn't scramble. It began to climb the sheer, vertical brick wall with a fluid, mechanical grace. Its claws dug into the mortar with sickening crunches, its long limbs extending and retracting like the legs of a massive spider. It was moving fast, too fast. The illusion of the trapped child was gone, replaced by the reality of a hunter that had successfully lured its prey to the edge of the pit. "Run!" Tyler yelled, and we didn't need to be told twice. We bolted back toward the logging trail, our flashlights swinging wildly, catching glimpses of the twisted, dark shapes of the trees. The little girl's voice followed us, but it was changing. The pitch was dropping, the words becoming garbled and distorted as if the recording was being slowed down. "Help me, fell. The cries for help transitioned into a deep, vibrating growl, and then a sound that I still hear in my dreams. Laughter. It wasn't a child's giggle. It was a heavy, baritone laugh, the sound of a grown man who had found something incredibly funny. It echoed through the hollow, bouncing off the ridges, sounding like it was coming from every direction at once. We scrambled into my truck, the engine roaring to life as I threw it into gear. As the headlights swept across the tree line before I backed out, I caught a final glimpse of it. The creature was standing at the edge of the trail, perched on all fours like a gargoyle. Its blue eyes were wide, watching us with a chilling, predatory focus. It didn't chase the truck. It just stood there in the dust and the exhaust. And as we sped away, the baritone laughter faded, replaced once more by the thin, ghostly singing of that nursery rhyme. Ashes, ashes, we all fall down. I haven't been back to Blackwood Mountain since that night. I sold my hiking gear and started spending my weekends in the city, where the lights never go out and the only sounds at night are the hum of traffic and the distant sirens. My friends don't talk about it either. Jack's moved 2 states away, and Tyler won't even go into his own backyard after sunset. There's a specific kind of trauma that comes from realizing that the things we think are legends are actually just neighbors we haven't been introduced to yet. Sometimes, when I'm lying in bed and the house is quiet, I'll hear a faint, scratching sound coming from the ventilation duct in my ceiling. I tell myself it's just a mouse or the house settling in the wind, but then I'll hear a soft, muffled voice, a voice that sounds like a little girl, whispering a rhyme I know all too well. I don't check the duct. I just pull the covers over my head and wait for the sun to come up, because I know that down in those old, dark veins of the earth, there's something that doesn't have a voice of its own, and it's always looking for a new one to steal. The mountain is still there, and the shafts are still open, and somewhere in the dark, the thing with the blue eyes is waiting for the next light to shine down the grate. Story 20. The old farmhouse had stood on this ridge in the Virginia Appalachians for over 120 years, built by my great-grandfather with chestnut logs he felled himself. Every generation added something. A porch here, a tin roof there, but the bones of the place stayed the same, solid and quiet, the way things endure in these mountains. After my father passed 3 winters back, the house felt bigger, emptier, the silence thicker in the evenings when the wind moved through the eaves. I stayed on alone, working the small plot of land that still grew enough to keep me fed, tending the wood stove, and listening to the house settle around me like an old dog curling up by the fire. The place had always been safe, a shelter against the world outside, until that night in March, when the storm rolled in off the Blue Ridge like a black wall, and everything changed. It started with rain that sounded like gravel thrown against the windows, then thunder that rattled the panes and made the floorboards groan. I've been sitting in the kitchen with a cup of coffee gone cold, staring at the flickering bulb overhead, when the first footsteps sounded. Heavy, deliberate, not the skitter of a raccoon or the scamper of squirrels that sometimes nested in the attic rafters. These were boots on shingles, slow, measured, the way a man walks when he's tired and cold and knows exactly where he's going. I froze, cup halfway to my mouth. The house creaked in response, as if answering. Another step, then another, circling the roof, pausing above the kitchen, then moving toward the front. My heart thudded against my ribs. I set the cup down quietly, listening. The wind howled, rain lashed the siding, but the footsteps cut through it all. Too distinct, too human. I told myself it was imagination, the storm playing tricks, but my body wasn't listening. I grabbed the flashlight from the drawer, the Big Mag light that doubled as a club, and climbed the narrow stairs to the 2nd floor. The air grew colder the higher I went, the draft slipping under the attic door like fingers. I pushed it open, the hinges whining, and stepped inside. The attic smelled of dust and old cedar, boxes stacked against the walls, my father's army footlocker still in the corner with his faded name stenciled on it. Moonlight leaked through the small window at the gable end, pale and watery. I crossed to it, boots soft on the floorboards, and leaned close, breath fogging the glass. The flashlight beam cut out into the night, sweeping across wet shingles that glistened black under the storm. There, crouched beside the brick chimney, was the shape. Naked, pale as bone, humanoid but wrong in every proportion. Too thin, limbs too long, shoulders hunched forward as if the spine couldn't quite support the weight. It shivered violently, ribs rising and falling in sharp jerks. Rain sheeted off its skin in rivulets, pooling around its bare feet. My thumb found the switch, the beam locked on it. The figure turned its head slowly, deliberately toward the light. There was no face, just smooth, unbroken skin where eyes, nose, mouth should have been. No features, no expression, only that pale expanse reflecting the flashlight like wet marble. My knees went weak. I gripped the sill, knuckles white. For a long second, nothing moved except the rain and the creatures trembling. Then a seam appeared where a mouth would be. A vertical slit tearing open without blood, without sound. The edges peeled back like wet paper. "Let me in, son," it said. My father's voice. Exact. The low timbre he used when he was tired after a long day in the fields. The slight rasp from years of cigarettes. The same voice that had read me stories when I was small, that had told me to be a man when I cried over a broken arm. My father, dead 3 years from the cancer that ate him slow. The words hung in the air, carried on the wind through the cracked window frame. I stumbled backward, boot catching on a box of old Christmas decorations. The cardboard tore, glass ornaments shattered against the floorboards. The flashlight beam jerked wildly, painting the attic in strobing white. The creature rose, slowly, joints popping like dry wood, and shuffled toward the window. Its head tilted, the slit mouth widening. "Let me in, son. It's cold out here." The voice cracked on the last word, shifting mid-sentence into mine. My own voice, the one I heard on old voicemails, rougher, younger, then higher, almost feminine. My mother's, the way she used to call me in from the yard when supper was ready. The mimicry was perfect, layered, overlapping like echoes in a well. I backed up until my shoulders hit the far wall, breath coming in short gasps. The thing reached the window, palms slapping wetly against the glass. No fingers, just blunt ends, but strong. It pressed, the pain bowing inward. I turned and ran down the stairs, flashlight beam bouncing off the walls, shadows leaping. The front room was dark. I didn't stop to turn on lights. Down the hall, through the kitchen, to the basement door. The steps were steep, worn smooth by generations. I slammed the door behind me, threw the bolt, and backed down into the cool, musty dark. The rifle rack was on the far wall. My father's old Remington, still oiled, still loaded with .30-06 rounds. I took it down, checked the chamber, racked around. The metallic clack echoed in the low ceiling. I sank onto an old crate, barrel aimed at the door, finger resting outside the trigger guard. The single bulb overhead buzzed, throwing long shadows across canned goods and jars of preserves my mother had put up years ago. The pounding started almost immediately. Not on the basement door, at first. Above me, on the roof again, heavier now, frantic. Then against the attic window, glass cracking with sharp pops. "Let me in." The voice was my father's again, pleading, desperate. "Son, please. I'm freezing." Then my mother's. "Honey, open the door. It's Mama." Then mine. "Come on, man, it's me. Just let me in." The words tumbled over each other, a chorus of every voice the house had ever held, every memory it had soaked up over decades. Laughter mixed with sobs, names called in panic, old arguments replayed in fragments. "You promised you'd take care of the place. I'm sorry, Daddy. Don't leave me out here." The storm raged outside, thunder swallowing some of it, but never enough. I sat there through the night, rifle steady, eyes burning from staring at the door. Every creak of the house made me flinch. Water dripped somewhere in the corner, steady like a clock counting down. The voices shifted registers, grew hoarse, then shrill, then guttural, until they were no longer words at all, just raw sound. Keening, howling, a sound that belonged to no throat I'd ever heard. At some point, the pounding moved to the front door, then the back, circling the house like it was searching for weakness. I heard glass break upstairs, the attic window finally giving. Footsteps, bare, wet, on the floorboard above me, slow and dragging. The basement ceiling was thin. Every step vibrated dust onto my shoulders. I whispered to myself, over and over, "It's not them. It's not them." But the doubt was there, gnawing. What if some part of them lingered, caught in the house, in the walls, waiting for me to open the door? What if the mountains had kept something that should have been buried? The old stories my grandmother told. Things that walked the ridges after dark, wearing the skins of the dead, calling in familiar voices to be let inside. I'd always thought they were just tales to scare kids. Now they felt like warnings. Dawn came slow, gray light leaking under the basement door. The sounds faded gradually, the footsteps retreating, the voices thinning to whispers, then silence. The storm had passed. Only dripping eaves remained. I waited another hour before moving, muscles cramping, rifle barrel cold against my cheek. When I finally opened the door, the house was still. Broken glass glittered on the attic floor. The window frame was splintered, but nothing else. No blood, no tracks, no sign of what had been there. Just the smell of wet wood and something faint like old pennies. I boarded the window that day, nailed plywood over it, and slept in the basement for a week. I still live in the house. Couldn't sell it, couldn't leave the land my family bled into, but I don't sleep easy. Nights when the wind rises or rain taps the roof, I listen. Sometimes I hear footsteps again, faint, circling. Sometimes a voice calls my name from the attic, soft and tired, asking to be let in. I never answer. I just sit with the rifle across my lap and wait for morning. The house remembers. It always has. And whatever walked its roof that night hasn't forgotten either. It's still out there, somewhere in the dark between the ridges, waiting for the next storm, the next moment when the line between what's gone and what's left blurs just enough to let it back inside. I don't know what it was, some remnant of grief given form, something the mountains birthed from loneliness and loss, but I know it recognized me. And I know it's patient. The voices still echo in my head when the house is quiet, familiar, and pleading, and I wonder how long I can keep the door shut before one night I reach for the latch. Story 21. The drive up into the Blue Ridge Mountains is something you never really get used to, even if you've lived in Georgia your whole life. There's a point where the radio stations start to flicker out into static, replaced by the low, rhythmic hum of the wind whipping through the pines and the occasional screech of a red-tailed hawk. The air gets thinner, colder, and carries that scent of damp earth and old growth that feels like it's been there since the beginning of time. My Uncle Silas had a place up there, right on the edge of Lake Blue Ridge. It wasn't one of those fancy vacation rentals you see on Instagram with the hot tubs and the string lights. It was an old-school cedar cabin, tucked away at the end of a gravel road that the county stopped maintaining back in the 90s. It was the kind of place where you didn't just go to get away from people. You went to be forgotten. I'd headed up there in late October, looking for a week of nothing but silence and a stack of books I'd been meaning to read. Silas was down in Florida for the winter, and he'd told me I was welcome to the place as long as I kept the wood stove fed and didn't mind the isolation. He'd given me one piece of advice before I left, though he said it with a laugh that didn't quite reach his eyes. He told me that if I heard something on the porch at night, don't go out with a flashlight to look for it. Just turn the deadbolt and wait for the sun. I thought he was just trying to spook a city kid with some old Appalachian superstition, but the way the woods seemed to lean in toward the cabin as soon as the sun dipped behind the ridges made me reconsider my skepticism. The first few nights were uneventful, if you don't count the way the silence felt heavy, almost physical, pressing against the windows. The lake was a black mirror, so still it didn't even seem like water. It looked like a void. At night, the only light for miles was the moon, and when it was full, it turned the world into a silver and gray landscape that felt like a film negative. I spent my time chopping wood, drinking coffee on the deck, and watching the mist roll off the water in the mornings. But by the fourth night, the atmosphere started to shift. The woods went quiet. Not just a normal nighttime lull, but a total, suffocating silence. No crickets, no owls, not even the rustle of a breeze through the dry leaves. It was the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring, the kind that tells your lizard brain that something is very, very wrong. I tried to shake it off, blaming it on the isolation and the creaking of the old cedar beams as they settled in the cold. I stayed up late, huddled by the wood stove, reading by the light of a single lamp. Around 2 a.m., a sudden, inexplicable chill swept through the room, despite the fire roaring in the hearth. It wasn't a draft. It was like the heat had been sucked out of the air by something cold and hungry. I looked up from my book, my heart hammering a slow, heavy rhythm against my ribs. The floor-to-ceiling windows that faced the lake were like giant black eyes, reflecting nothing but the interior of the cabin and my own pale, nervous face. I stood up, feeling a strange compulsion to look out at the water. I didn't want to, but it was like a thread was tied to my chest, pulling me toward the glass. I walked over, my bare feet silent on the hardwood, and pressed my forehead against the cool pane. The moonlight was bright that night, casting long, distorted shadows across the small patch of grass that led down to the private pier. The pier itself was a weathered wooden structure that stretched out about 30 feet into the lake. And there, at the very end of it, stood a man. My first thought was that a fisherman had gotten lost or a hiker had wandered onto the property, but that thought died the second I really looked at him. He was tall, impossibly tall, maybe 7 feet or more, and he was standing perfectly still. He wasn't wearing a stitch of clothing, and his skin was a shade of white I'd never seen on a living human being. It was translucent, almost like wax, and it seemed to catch the moonlight in a way that made him glow with a faint, sickly luminescence. He was facing away from the cabin, looking out across the black water toward the far shore, his long, spindly arms hanging limp at his sides. I stood there, paralyzed, my breath fogging the glass as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. He didn't move. He didn't shiver in the freezing mountain air. He just existed there, a pale, jagged vertical line against the horizontal darkness of the lake. Then, with a slow, agonizing deliberation, he began to turn. It wasn't a normal movement. It was jerky, like a marionette being pulled by rusted wires. As he turned to face the cabin, I felt a wave of pure, primal dread wash over me. His neck didn't just turn, it tilted. It kept tilting until his head was at a perfect 90-degree angle, resting almost flat against his shoulder. From that distance, I couldn't make out the details of his face, but I could feel his gaze. It felt like 2 needles pressing into my eyes. He wasn't just looking at the cabin. He was looking at me. He knew I was there, hidden behind the glass, watching him. My hand went to my pocket, fumbling for my phone. My fingers were shaking so hard I almost dropped it. I looked down for a fraction of a second to unlock the screen, my mind racing with thoughts of calling the sheriff, calling Silas, calling anyone who could tell me I wasn't losing my mind. But when I looked back up, the pier was empty. The lake was as still as a sheet of obsidian. There were no ripples in the water, no sound of someone running into the woods, nothing. He was just gone, vanished into the silver mist, as if he'd never been there at all. I stood there for a long time, my heart racing, the phone still clutched in my hand. I tried to tell myself it was a trick of the light, a hallucination brought on by the silence and the shadows. Maybe it was a bear, I thought, or a trick of the mist playing with my depth perception. But I knew better. I knew what I'd seen. I started to back away from the window, wanting to get to the bedroom, wanted to lock the door and hide under the covers until the sun came up. I took 1 step, then 2, my eyes still fixed on the empty pier. And then it happened. A sound that will haunt me until the day I die. It wasn't a knock, and it wasn't a scratch. It was a wet, heavy slapping sound, like a piece of raw meat being thrown against the glass. It came from directly behind my head. I froze, the hair on the back of my neck standing up so hard it felt like electricity was crawling over my skin. I didn't want to turn around. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to run, but my legs felt like they were made of lead. The sound came again, slap, shack, the sound of something damp sliding down the pane. Slowly, ever so slowly, I turned my head. He was right there. He hadn't run away. He had covered those 50 yards of open ground and water in the blink of an eye. He was pressed flush against the window, his chest and stomach smeared against the glass like a specimen on a slide. Up close, his skin was even worse than it had looked from the pier. It was hairless and oily, covered in a thin sheen of what looked like lake water and something thicker, like mucus. His limbs were long and corded with thin, wiry muscle, and his fingers were tipped with blunt, yellowed nails that scraped rhythmically against the glass. But it was his face that broke me. His head was still tilted at that impossible angle, but now I could see his eyes. They weren't really eyes at all, just deep, sunken pits of darkness that seemed to go back forever, reflecting nothing of the room or the lamp behind me. His jaw was unhinged, hanging open in a way that no human anatomy should allow. His mouth was a wide, black cavern, and his lips were pulled back in a grimace that looked less like a smile and more like the skin had simply shrunk away from his teeth. He didn't have teeth like ours. They were small, jagged nubs, yellowed and jagged like broken glass. He didn't try to break in. He didn't pound on the glass or scream. He just watched. He stood there on his long, spindly legs, his face inches from mine, separated only by a quarter-inch of plate glass. I could see the way his chest moved with a slow, shallow rasp. I could hear the faint, wet sound of his breath against the window. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just stood there, eye to eye with this thing, trapped in a nightmare that had no exit. The minutes stretched into hours, and the fire in the wood stove slowly died down to a bed of glowing embers. The cabin grew colder and colder, but I didn't dare move to stoke the fire. I felt like if I broke eye contact for even a second, the glass would shatter and those long, pale fingers would be around my throat. I watched the moon track its way across the sky, its light slowly fading as the first hint of gray began to bleed into the horizon. The thing never blinked. It never shifted its weight. It just remained there, a silent, terrifying sentinel, watching me with an intensity that felt like it was peeling back the layers of my soul. It wasn't just fear I felt. It was a profound sense of wrongness, a realization that the world I thought I knew was just a thin veil over something much older and much hungrier. As the sun began to peek over the jagged ridges of the mountains, casting a cold, blue light across the lake, the figure finally began to move. It didn't step back. It didn't turn around. It just seemed to soften. Its edges became blurred, and the translucent skin began to blend with the rising mist from the water. One moment it was there, its face contorted and its eyes boring into mine, and the next, it was a smudge on the glass. Then it was gone. I stayed in that spot until the sun was high enough to turn the lake into a shimmering sheet of blue, and the birds began their morning chorus. My legs eventually gave out, and I sank to the floor, my back against the wall, shaking so hard my teeth were chattering. I didn't call the police. What would I even tell them? That a giant, naked man with a broken neck had stared at me all night? I knew they'd just think I was another city kid who couldn't handle the mountain air. I waited until I had enough strength to stand. Then I packed my bags with frantic, clumsy hands. I didn't even clean up the cabin. I just grabbed my keys and ran for my car. As I drove down the gravel road, pushing my old truck faster than I should have, I looked in the rearview mirror one last time. The cabin looked peaceful, nestled among the pines, its windows reflecting the morning light. But as I rounded the final bend that would take me back to the main highway, I saw a movement in the tree line. Just a flash of something pale and tall, moving with a fluid, effortless grace through the dense underbrush. I didn't stop to look closer. I didn't look back again until I was 50 miles away, surrounded by the noise and traffic of a world that felt safe and sane. I haven't been back to Lake Blue Ridge since then, and I haven't spoken to Silas. He sent me a text a few weeks later, asking how the trip was and why I'd left the door unlocked. I didn't reply. I couldn't. How do you tell someone that their peaceful mountain retreat is a hunting ground? Sometimes, when the house is quiet and the moon is full, I find myself standing in front of my own windows, checking the locks and staring out into the darkness. And every time I hear a sound, the wind, a bird, the settling of the floorboards, I hold my breath and wait for that wet, slapping sound against the glass. I know it's still out there, in the deep hollows and the silent waters of the Appalachians. There are things that have been watching us since before we had names for them. And once one of them has looked at you, you never really stop being watched. I still have nightmares about the way his jaw hung open and the way those empty pits for eyes seem to see right through me. But the part that haunts me the most isn't the sight of him. It's the realization that he could have come inside whenever he wanted. That old cedar door wouldn't have held him. That glass wouldn't have stood a chance. He didn't stay outside because he was locked out. He stayed outside because he wanted me to see him. He wanted me to know he was there, and he wanted me to carry that image with me for the rest of my life. It was a message or maybe a brand. Sometimes I think about Silas's warning about not going out with a flashlight. I wonder if Silas has seen it too. I wonder if everyone who lives up in those mountains has a story they don't tell, a memory they keep buried under the floorboards. The Appalachians are beautiful, but they're old in a way that's hard to wrap your head around. They've seen civilizations rise and fall, and they've kept their secrets well. Some things aren't meant to be understood, and some sights aren't meant for human eyes. I just wish I'd never looked out that window. I wish I just stayed by the fire and kept my eyes on my book. But the curiosity of man is a dangerous thing, and in the mountains, it's a death sentence. Or worse, it's an invitation to something that doesn't know how to leave. Story 22. The Nantahala National Forest is a place where the shadows seem to have a weight of their own, especially when the sun dips below those jagged Appalachian ridgelines and the land of the noonday sun earns its name by plunging everything into a premature, suffocating darkness. I'd always heard the stories about these mountains, the kind of tales told in hushed tones over wood stoves about people walking off into the brush and never coming back, or the strange, hollow whistles that echo through the gaps when there isn't a breath of wind to account for them. I used to think it was just local color, a way to keep the tourists on the marked trails and out of the private hollows where the old ways still hold sway. But after what happened last October, I don't look at the woods as a place of recreation anymore. I look at them as a vast, hungry organism that's perfectly capable of looking back. My girlfriend, Sarah, and I had managed to snag a last-minute deal on an A-frame cabin right on the edge of the National Forest, miles past the last paved road and deep into the kind of terrain where GPS becomes a useless flicker on a screen. The cabin was beautiful in that rugged, rustic way. Massive glass panes forming the front wall, a lofted bedroom, and a guest room on the first floor that we'd mostly use for storing our hiking gear. It felt like the perfect escape from the grind of our lives in Charlotte. For the first 2 days, we did exactly what you're supposed to do. We hiked the yellow leaf trails, drank coffee on the deck while watching the mist rise off the valleys, and enjoyed a silence so profound it felt like it was ringing in our ears. But looking back, there were signs. Little things I dismissed as the quirks of an old house in a wild place. A door that I was certain I'd shut would be found standing wide open. The sound of something heavy shifting in the crawl space beneath the floorboards. And the silence, it wasn't just quiet. It was an expectant, predatory sort of still that usually only happens right before a massive storm breaks. On the third night, the atmosphere in the cabin shifted from cozy to claustrophobic. The wind had died down completely, and the forest outside the glass walls was a wall of impenetrable black. We'd gone to bed early, exhausted from a long day on the trails, and I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. I don't know what time it was when I first heard it, but the sound cut through my subconscious like a blade. It was Sarah's voice. It wasn't a scream or a loud cry, but a soft, strained plea coming from the bottom of the stairs, right in the direction of the kitchen. "Babe, are you awake? I need some help down here. The pipe under the sink just burst, and I can't get the valve to turn." I groaned, my mind still foggy with sleep, and reached out to the other side of the bed. My hand hit the rumpled sheets, but they felt cold. I squinted in the darkness, seeing that her side of the bed was empty. I figured she'd gotten up to get a glass of water and stumbled onto the mess. "I'm coming," I croaked, my voice thick with exhaustion. I swung my legs out of bed, the floorboards cold against my feet, and stood up. The loft was pitch black, save for the faint, silvery moonlight filtered through the high windows. I started toward the stairs, my hands sliding along the wooden railing. "Is it bad?" I called out, trying to sound more awake than I felt. "It's everywhere." Her voice drifted up, sounding slightly muffled, as if she were speaking from inside the cabinet under the sink. "Please hurry. I can't hold it." There was a soft splash of water, a sound that made me quicken my pace. I was halfway down the stairs, my eyes scanning the dark kitchen below for the glint of standing water, when I felt a hand, small, cold, and trembling violently, clamp down on my upper arm from behind. The shock of it nearly sent me tumbling down the remaining steps. I spun around, my heart hammering so hard it felt like it was going to burst through my ribs. There, standing in the doorway of our bedroom, which was tucked into the corner of the loft behind the stairs, was Sarah. She was wrapped in a thick wool blanket, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. Her eyes were wide, the whites showing all the way around, and she had a finger pressed firmly against her lips. She didn't say a word, but the way she was shaking told me everything I needed to know. She'd been right there, watching me sleep the entire time. My blood turned to ice in my veins. The cognitive dissonance was so sharp it felt like a physical blow. If Sarah was behind me, gripping my arm with the strength of a drowning person, then who, or what, was in the kitchen? I looked back down into the darkness of the first floor. The silence stretched out for a long, agonizing beat. Then the voice came again. It was the exact same tone, the same inflection, the same subtle lilt that Sarah had when she was stressed. "Babe, why did you stop? I'm right here. Just come down and help me." Sarah's grip tightened until her nails were digging into my skin. She leaned in, her breath hot and shallow against my ear, and whispered so softly I could barely hear her. "I woke up a few minutes ago. I heard it too. It's been down there practicing. It started out as a whisper, just saying your name over and over. Then it started talking to you." I felt a wave of nausea roll over me. We stood there on the stairs, caught in a hideous limbo, while the thing in the kitchen waited. Then, the silence was broken by a sound that made the hair on my arms stand straight up. It was a laugh. Sarah's laugh. The one she did when I told a joke that wasn't actually funny, but she wanted to make me feel better anyway. It was perfect. It was a flawless carbon copy of a human emotion, but it lacked the soul behind it. The laugh went on for a second too long, and then, without warning, it began to distort. The pitch dropped, sliding down an impossible scale until it wasn't a woman's laugh anymore. It became a deep, guttural growl that didn't just come from a throat. It seemed to vibrate through the very foundations of the cabin. It was a sound of immense physical power and ancient, mindless hunger. The floorboards beneath my feet hummed with the frequency of it, a low-end rumble that made my teeth ache. We didn't wait to see what would happen next. I grabbed Sarah's hand, and we bolted back into the bedroom, slamming the heavy pine door shut and throwing the deadbolt. We didn't turn on the lights. We knew instinctively that the light wouldn't protect us. It would only make us easier to see. We retreated to the far corner of the room, huddling together on the floor behind the bed, our eyes fixed on the sliver of space beneath the door. For a few minutes, there was nothing but the sound of our own ragged breathing. Then, we heard the first footstep. It wasn't the sound of a person walking. It was heavy, rhythmic, and carried a strange, wet thud to it, as if whatever was moving had too much mass for its frame. It didn't come from the stairs. It came from the guest room directly below us. We heard the door to that room creak open, the door I'd seen ajar earlier that day, and then the sound of something dragging itself across the ceiling. No, not the ceiling. It was in the hallway now. It had come up the stairs with a predatory silence we hadn't even noticed. Then came the scratching. It started at the base of the door, a slow, deliberate sound of something sharp being drawn across the wood. It sounded like a butcher knife being dragged over a whetstone. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It was methodical, patient. Whatever was on the other side of that door wasn't trying to break in. Not yet. It was testing the boundary. It was letting us know that it was there, and that the only thing between us and it was a few inches of Georgia pine. "Michael," the voice whispered. It was Sarah's voice again, but this time it was different. It sounded like a recording being played at the wrong speed, or like someone trying to speak while their throat was full of dry leaves. "Michael, let me in. It's cold out here. I just want to see you. I just want to be close to you." Sarah buried her face in my chest, sobbing silently, her whole body racked with tremors. I held her as tight as I could, my eyes fixed on the door handle. I watched as it began to turn. Slowly, quietly, the metal groaned under the pressure. The deadbolt held, but the door flexed in its frame as the thing on the other side leaned its weight against it. The whispering didn't stop. It began to cycle through our names, mixing them together, repeating them in a rhythmic, chanting cadence that sounded like tearing paper. "Michael, Sarah Michael, Sarah Michael." The voice became more distorted, more inhuman, until it was just a series of wet, clicking sounds interspersed with our names. The scratching intensified. It moved from the base of the door up to the middle, the sound of long, sharpened nails or claws digging deep into the wood. I could see the splinters jumping from the door in the dim light. It felt like the night would never end. Every time the silence returned for a few seconds, I hoped it had gone away, but then the scratching would start again, or the weight would shift in the hallway, making the entire loft tilt slightly. It was a psychological war of attrition. It knew we were in there. It knew we were terrified, and it seemed to be feeding on that terror, savoring it like a fine wine. At one point, around 4 a.m., the scratching stopped completely. The silence that followed was even worse. We sat there, paralyzed, straining our ears for any hint of movement. Then we heard a sound that made my heart stop. It wasn't at the door. It was at the window. The bedroom was on the second floor, a good 15 feet above the ground with no balcony or ledge nearby. But there, against the glass, was a sound. Tink, 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 like a finger tapping against the pane. I looked up, and for a split second I saw a shape. It was a silhouette against the slightly lighter black of the sky. Something long, gangly, and pale, with limbs that seemed to have too many joints. It was clinging to the side of the A-frame like a gargoyle, its head tilted at an angle that no living thing should be able to achieve. It didn't have a face that I could discern, just a smooth, waxen surface that reflected the faint starlight. I pulled Sarah closer, shielding her eyes, and we waited. We waited for the glass to shatter, for the door to give way, for the end to come in a flurry of teeth and claws. But it never did. The tapping at the window continued for an hour, rhythmic and maddening, while the thing in the hallway occasionally whispered our names in that papery, shredded voice. It was as if it were playing with its food, waiting for the moment of maximum despair before it struck. As the first pre-dawn light began to bleed into the room, turning the shadows into a dull, flat gray, the sounds finally began to recede. We heard the heavy, wet thuds moving back down the stairs, the creak of the guest room door, and then a final, bone-chilling growl that seemed to come from deep within the earth itself. The cabin settled. The woods outside remained silent, but the oppressive weight in the air seemed to lift just a fraction. Story 23. I've spent the better part of my 34 years tucked away in the jagged, green-black folds of the Appalachian Mountains, so I'm no stranger to the way the woods can play tricks on a man's mind. Out here, the air is thick with more than just humidity. It's heavy with history, with old secrets that the mountains seem to hold on like a mother clutching a dying child. My family has been on this land since the late 1800s, carving out a living in the steep hollows where the sun only hits the valley floor for a few hours a day. I grew up hearing the stories, the ones about the Bell Witch, the Talipo, and the things that mimic the voices of your loved ones to lure you into the laurel thickets. You learn to respect the woods. You learn that when the cicadas stop their buzzing all at once, or when the birds go quiet in the middle of a golden afternoon, you don't go looking for the reason why. You just head inside, lock the door, and wait for the world to start making noise again. But what I saw last July at my lake house wasn't a story. It wasn't a trick of the light or a legend whispered by a drunk uncle over a mason jar of moonshine. It was a physical, breathing wrongness that has fundamentally changed the way I look at the natural world. The house is a modest cedar plank place on the far northern edge of Lake Blue Ridge. It's isolated, accessible only by a winding gravel road that washed out every time we got a heavy summer rain. I'd gone up there alone to finish some renovations, looking for the kind of deep woods silence that helps a man think. For the first few days, everything was exactly as it should be. The lake was a sheet of glass in the mornings, reflecting the pines so perfectly you couldn't tell where the water ended and the shore began. The local wildlife was active. I'd seen a mother bear and 2 cubs near the old logging trail, and the usual assortment of squirrels and wild turkeys were constantly rustling in the underbrush. But by the 4th night, the atmosphere started to sour. It started with the smells, a cloying, sweet rut that would drift off the water, smelling less like a dead fish and more like something ancient and wet that had been disturbed from a silt. Then came the silence. It wasn't just quiet, it was a total acoustic vacuum. No frogs, no crickets, not even the lap of the water against the dock. It felt like the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I was sitting on the back deck around 1:30 a.m., nursing a lukewarm mug of black coffee. The moon was a sliver of bone in the sky, providing just enough light to silver the tops of the trees, but leaving the world below in a deep, impenetrable ink. The only real light came from the single yellow bulb of the porch lamp, which cast a dim, sickly glow over the small patch of dirt and grass between the deck and the boat dock. I was staring out into the darkness, my mind wandering, when I heard the first sound. It wasn't a snap of a twig or the rustle of leaves. It was a wet, heavy thud, the sound of something substantial hitting the mud down by the water's edge. I sat up straighter, my heart giving a slow, heavy thump against my ribs. Out here, you don't worry about people. You worry about bears or a stray cougar that's lost its way. I set my coffee down on the wooden railing and peered over the edge. At first, I didn't see anything. The shadows by the boat dock were dense, like spilled coal. But then something moved. It stepped out from behind the heavy piling of the dock, its body slowly entering the faint perimeter of the porch light. My initial reaction was relief. It was a buck, a large, heavy-set whitetail with a rack of antlers that looked like a crown of dry bone. He was magnificent, his coat a deep, dusty brown, and for a second I just admired him. But as he took another step forward, the relief died a cold, sudden death. The way he moved was wrong. A deer has a graceful, rhythmic gait, a series of delicate hoof falls that barely disturb the earth. This thing didn't walk, it pulled itself. As it stepped fully into the yellow light, my breath hitched in my throat and stayed there, cold and sharp. The front legs didn't end in hooves. About halfway down the limb, the coarse brown fur gave way to pale, hairless skin, a sickly, translucent white that looked like it had never seen the sun. Where the black, cloven hooves should have been, there were hands. They were unmistakably human in shape, but distorted. The fingers were too long, the knuckles oversized and knobby, tipped with thick, yellow nails that looked more like talons. These hands were clawing at the dirt, the fingers digging deep in the mud to drag the rest of its heavy, muscular body forward. It looked like a man trapped in a deer's skin, trying desperately to use limbs that didn't belong to him. The sheer physical impossibility of it made my head swim. I felt a wave of nausea roll over me, a primitive rejection of what my eyes were seeing. The creature stopped about 10 feet from the deck. It stood there, its front hand splayed out in the mud, its chest heaving with a slow, wet rasp. It didn't look like it was in pain. It looked like it was concentrating. And then it turned its head to look at me. In the wild, when you lock eyes with a deer, you see a blank, instinctual fear, a wide-eyed, vacant stare that's looking for an escape route. But this thing's eyes weren't on the sides of its head. They were set forward, deep in the sockets, and they were the eyes of a person. They were a muddy, intelligent brown, surrounded by the whites of a human scara. There was no fear in that gaze. Instead, there was a calculating, predatory intensity that made me feel like I was being weighed and measured. It looked at me with the kind of recognition you only see in another human being, but there was a coldness behind it that was utterly alien. I tried to find my voice, but it felt like my throat had been lined with sandpaper. I finally managed to let out a ragged, desperate yell, hoping the noise would startle it, would send it bolting back into the safety of the trees like any normal animal. Go on, get out of here, I screamed, my voice cracking with a terror I couldn't hide. I grabbed an empty beer bottle from the side table and hurled it at the thing. It shattered against a rock just a few inches from its front left hand. The creature didn't flinch. It didn't blink. It just kept staring at me, its human-like fingers twitching in the dirt, digging little grooves into the soft earth. Then, the world turned into a nightmare. The creature began to shift. It didn't run. It began to rise. I watched, paralyzed by a sickening fascination, as the buck's hind leg straightened. The sound that followed is something I can still hear when the house gets too quiet. It was the sound of bones being forced out of their sockets, of tendons snapping and stretching like old rubber bands. Pop, crack, snap. It was a rapid-fire succession of breaks, sounding exactly like a handful of dry kindling being snapped over a knee. The creature's spine elongated, the vertebrae clicking into place with a series of wet, mechanical thuds. It rose up on its hind legs, taller and taller, until it was standing nearly 8 feet high. Its front limbs, those horrific arms with their clutching hands, hung limp at its sides, the pale fingers brushing against its furry haunches. It stood there, towering over the yard, swaying back and forth with a slow, rhythmic motion that reminded me of a pendulum. The antlers, which had seemed so majestic moments before, now looked like jagged, weaponized growths. It was a silhouette of pure, distilled wrongness against the backdrop of the lake. It opened its mouth, not a deer's muzzle, but a wider, more flexible maw, and let out a sound that broke whatever remained of my composure. It wasn't a grunt, a whistle, or a bleat. It was a high-pitched, soul-shredding scream. It sounded like a woman in the throes of absolute agony, a wail of pure grief and pain that echoed off the mountains and seemed to vibrate the very glass of the sliding door behind me. It was a sound of mimicry, a sound designed to elicit a human response, but it was hollow, lacking any genuine emotion. It was a biological imitation of a scream. The sound ended abruptly, and for a heartbeat, there was total silence. Then, the creature simply turned. It didn't run away. It stepped back into the shadows of the tree line with a fluid, terrifying grace, its long arms swinging as it moved. It moved faster than any human could, despite its awkward, upright posture, and within seconds, it was gone. I didn't wait to see if it was coming back. I scrambled inside, locked the sliding glass door, and shoved the heavy oak dining table in front of it. I spent the rest of the night sitting in the center of the living room with my grandfather's 30-06 across my knees, every light in the house blazing. I didn't sleep. Every time the wind made a branch scrape against the roof or a floorboard groaned, I felt a jolt of adrenaline that made my vision blur. I kept waiting to hear that scream again, or worse, to see those pale, five-fingered hands pressing against the glass. The sun finally started to bleed through the pines around 6 a.m., casting long, pale shadows across the floor. I waited until the world was fully bright before I dared to move the table and step out onto the deck. My hand was shaking so hard I could barely work the lock. I walked down the steps, my boots feeling heavy, and made my way to the patch of dirt where the creature had stood. I wanted to believe I'd hallucinated it. I wanted to find deer tracks, simple, heart-shaped hoof prints that would prove I'd just had a vivid, isolation-induced nightmare. But as I reached the spot, my stomach dropped into a cold, dark place. There were no hoof prints. Instead, the soft mud around the perimeter of the house was covered in handprints. They were large, deep, and clearly defined. You could see the lines of the palms, the distinct marks of a thumb and 4 fingers, and the deep gouges where the yellowed nails had dragged through the muck. But they weren't the prints of a person walking on their hands. They were the prints of something that had circled the house, pressing its weight against the foundation, testing the wood and the glass. The prints didn't just stay in the yard. I found them on the side of the house, 2 muddy, 5-fingered smears on the cedar planks, reaching up toward the windows of the guest room where I'd been sleeping the night before. It had been looking for a way in while I sat in the living room, clutching a rifle I probably wouldn't have been able to use. I didn't stay to finish the renovations. I threw my tools into the back of the truck, didn't even bother to lock the shed, and drove out of there so fast I nearly went off the ridge on the first sharp turn. I haven't been back to the lake house since. I tried to talk to a local ranger about it, a man I'd known for years, but when I started describing the hands, he just looked at me with a strange, tired expression and told me I should probably spend more time in the city. He didn't say I was lying. He just looked like a man who had his own set of stories he wasn't going to share. I sold the place a few months later to a developer from Atlanta. I didn't tell him about the buck, and I didn't tell him about the handprints. I felt a twinge of guilt, but I also felt a desperate need to sever my connection to that land. Now, I live in a suburban neighborhood with streetlights every 50 feet and neighbors who play loud music until midnight. People tell me the noise must be annoying, but I love it. I love the artificial light, the sound of car engines, and the feeling of being surrounded by humanity. because I know what's waiting in the quiet places. I know that out there, in the deep green shadows of the Blue Ridge, the boundaries of nature aren't as solid as we like to think. Sometimes, when I'm lying in bed and the house gets too still, I think about that creature. I think about the intelligence in its eyes and the way its spine popped and cracked. I wonder if it was born that way, some horrific mutation caused by something in the water or the soil, or if it was something else entirely. Something older. I think about the way it screamed, and I realize the most disturbing part wasn't the sound itself. It was the fact that it knew that sound would get my attention. It knew how to sound like a human in pain because it had been watching us for a very, very long time. I still have a recurring dream where I'm back on that deck. But this time, the porch light doesn't turn on. I'm sitting there in the total blackness, and I feel a hand, a cold, knobby, five-fingered hand, settle gently on my shoulder. And then, right in my ear, I hear a woman's voice whisper my name, but the voice sounds like it's being squeezed through a throat that was never meant for speech. I wake up in a cold sweat, my heart racing, and I have to go around the house and check every lock, every window, every door. My wife thinks I'm becoming paranoid in my middle age, and maybe I am. But she didn't see the handprints. She didn't see the way that things stood up and looked at me like I was nothing more than a curious specimen. Out in the Appalachians, they say the mountains don't forget a face. I think that's true, and I think somewhere out there, there's a buck with the hands of a man that's still wandering the lake shore, waiting for the silence to return so it can finish what it started. Story 24. I grew up in the shadow of the Blue Ridge Mountains, where the air always carries that damp, earthy smell of pine and decay, and the nights swallow everything whole. My folks had a small cabin not far from Lake Jocassee, tucked away in the South Carolina side of the Appalachians, where the water runs deep and cold, fed by rivers that carve through ancient rock. It was the kind of place where stories got passed around like heirlooms, tales of lost hikers, feral folks hiding in the hollows, and whispers about things that didn't belong in the natural world. I'd heard about the shadow people more times than I could count, usually over campfires or at the bait shop down in Salem. Old-timers said they lurked in the deeper coves of the lake, remnants of drowned souls from when the valley was flooded back in the 70s to make the reservoir. They weren't ghosts, exactly, just shadows that mimicked the living, drawing the unwary into the depths. I always chalked it up to moonshine talk, or the loneliness of the woods playing tricks on folks' minds. Superstition was as common as kudzu around here, and I'd spent enough nights on that lake without incident to dismiss it all as folklore. But that was before the night I went out alone, chasing bass under a moonless sky, and learned that some legends have teeth. It was late summer, the kind where the heat lingers like a bad dream, even after the sun dips behind the ridges. I've been going through a rough patch, lost my job at the mill up in Pickens, and my wife, Sarah, had packed up and left a few weeks prior, saying the isolation was eating her alive. The cabin felt too empty, the walls closing in with memories I couldn't shake. Fishing had always been my escape, a way to lose myself in the rhythm of casting and reeling, the gentle lap of water against the hull. That evening, I loaded up my old John boat with a cooler of beer, my tackle box, and a small lantern that cast a feeble glow. The lake was only a short hike from the cabin, down an overgrown trail that wound through thickets of rhododendron and mountain laurel. By the time I pushed off from the rocky shore, the world had gone quiet, save for the distant hoot of an owl and the occasional splash of a fish breaking the surface. The water was inky black, reflecting nothing but the void above, and the air hung heavy with the scent of algae and wet earth. I rowed out slowly, my oars dipping with a soft plunk that echoed across the cove, heading toward the deeper parts where the drop-offs promised bigger catches. As I settled in, anchoring about 100 yards from shore, I felt that familiar pull of solitude. It wasn't unpleasant at first, just me, the boat, and the endless stretch of water. I baited my hook with a night crawler, cast it out, and cracked open a beer, letting the fizz break the silence. The lantern hung from a hook on the bow, its light pooling in a small circle around me, turning the water nearby into a shimmering mirror. Beyond that, everything faded to black. I remember thinking about Sarah, wondering if she was happier in the city, away from the endless trees and the way the mountains seemed to watch you. Time slipped by in that hazy way it does on the water, maybe an hour, maybe two. I caught a couple of small bass, nothing worth bragging about, but it was enough to keep my mind occupied. Then, the wind picked up just a touch, carrying a chill that didn't match the season. It rustled the leaves on the far shore, sounding almost like whispers, like voices murmuring just out of earshot. I shook it off, blaming the beer, and recast my line. That's when I first noticed it. Out there in the darkness, about 20 yards off the starboard side, something broke the flat calm of the lake. At first glance, it looked like a log, half submerged and drifting lazily with the current. The lantern's light didn't reach that far, so it was just a vague shape, darker than the water around it. I squinted, trying to make it out, but the night played tricks with my eyes. Logs were common enough on Jacassi, debris from storms or old trees toppled by erosion. But something about this one nagged at me. It wasn't rolling or bobbing like it should. It floated too still, too purposeful. I set my rod down and picked up the lantern, holding it higher to extend the glow. The shape resolved a bit more, elongated, maybe 5 or 6 feet long, with what looked like limbs splayed out. My stomach twisted. Not a log, a body, face down, arms drifting at odd angles, hair or something fanning out in the water. Panic hit me like a cold wave. Drownings weren't unheard of on the lake. Swimmers caught in undertows, boaters who tipped over after too many drinks. But out here alone, I fumbled for my phone, but there was no signal this far from the dam, just like always. "Hey," I called out, my voice cracking across the water. No response. The shape just floated there, unmoving. I grabbed the oars, my heart pounding in my ears, and started rowing toward it. Thoughts raced through my mind. Check for a pulse, pull them aboard, get to shore. The boat cut through the water with agonizing slowness, each stroke amplifying the silence around me. As I closed the distance, 15 yards, 10, the details sharpened. Pale skin? No, it was too dark to tell. The head was turned away, submerged just enough that I couldn't see a face. I leaned forward, oars poised, ready to reach out. Then it moved. Not a twitch or a gasp like a drowning person coming to. No, it sat upright in one fluid motion, rising from the water without a splash, without disturbing the surface at all. I froze, the oars slipping from my hands. It wasn't a body. It wasn't a person. What sat there, balanced impossibly on the lake's skin, was a silhouette, a flat two-dimensional cutout of a human form, like a shadow peeled off the ground and set adrift. No thickness to it, no depth, just an outline of shoulders, arms, a head, all blacker than the night. Where a face should have been, there was nothing but void, an emptiness that seemed to pull at the light from my lantern. It didn't drip water, it didn't breathe. It just was. My mind reeled, trying to make sense of it. A prank? Some kind of debris caught in a weird way? But no, it was moving now, turning toward me. Not with limbs stroking the water, but gliding, skimming across the surface like oil on glass. The lake didn't ripple beneath it. It defied everything natural. I scrambled back in the boat, nearly tipping it, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. "What the hell?" I muttered, but my voice sounded small, swallowed by the dark. The thing accelerated, closing the gap with terrifying speed, silent as death. I could feel its approach, a chill that seeped into my bones, heavier than the night air. It wasn't alive, it couldn't be, but it wanted something, me, maybe, or just to drag me into whatever abyss it came from. Adrenaline surged, and I lunged for the outboard motor at the stern. My hand shook as I yanked the starter cord. Once, twice, nothing. The shadow was closer now, 5 yards, its form stretching toward the hull like fingers of night. On the third pull, the engine coughed to life, sputtering blue smoke. I twisted the throttle, and the boat lurched forward, away from the thing. Water sprayed up as I gained speed, the lantern swinging wildly, casting erratic beams across the lake. I didn't dare look back at first, focusing on steering toward the shore, the engine's roar drowning out everything else. But curiosity or fear got the better of me. I glanced over my shoulder. They were everywhere, dozens of them, rising from the depths like ink blots bleeding through paper. Shadows standing on the water, their faceless heads turned toward me, watching. Not pursuing, just observing as if marking my escape. The lake's surface, once empty, now dotted with these voids, stretching back into the deeper parts where the old valley lay submerged. I throttled the motor harder, the boat bouncing over small waves, until the shore loomed ahead. I beached it roughly, scraping against rocks, and stumbled out, legs like jelly. Grabbing my gear, I ran up the trail, branches whipping my face, the lantern bobbing like a will-o'-the-wisp. Behind me, the lake was silent again, but I could feel their gaze on my back, that emptiness boring into me. That was 3 years ago. I sold the cabin not long after, moved to Greenville where the lights never fully go out. But the mountains call sometimes, in dreams where I'm back on the water, and the shadows rise not just from the lake, but from the corners of my room. I hear them now, and then, soft glides across floors, whispers like wind on water. Sarah called once, asked if I was okay. I told her I was, but I lied. Some nights, I stare at reflections in windows, wondering if one will sit up and turn toward me. The legends were right, you see. The shadows aren't just stories. They're waiting, patient as the deep. And once they've seen you, they never really let go. I don't fish anymore. The water holds too many secrets, and I've glimpsed enough to know that some things are better left submerged. But every time I drive past a lake or hear the lap of waves, that dread creeps back, a shadow on the edge of my mind. What if they're not confined to Jacassi? What if they follow me? I lock my doors at night, keep the lights on, but deep down I know it's futile. The dark is everywhere, and it's watching. Let's move to the last story. There's a specific kind of silence you only find on the border of Tennessee and North Carolina, deep in the lungs of the Appalachian Mountains. It's not the absence of sound, but rather a heavy, expectant sort of quiet that feels like the woods are leaning in, waiting for you to make a mistake. My family has owned a small, 2-story cedar cabin up there for nearly 60 years. It's tucked away at the end of a winding gravel road that the county maps seem to have forgotten, surrounded by ancient hemlocks and white pines that grow so thick they choke out the sun by 3 in the afternoon. My grandfather, a man of hard edges and few words, built that place with his own 2 hands back in the late 50s. He always said the land was honest, even if it wasn't particularly friendly. Since he passed away 5 years ago, the responsibility of maintaining the property fell to me. Last October, I headed up there alone for what was supposed to be a routine week of winterizing the place, draining the pipes, boarding up the lower windows against the snow, and clearing the gutters of the damp, rotting leaves that pile up like a shroud. The first 2 days were productive in that quiet, meditative way that mountain work often is. I spent my mornings on the roof or in the crawl space beneath the porch, working until my fingers were numb and my back ached. But even during those daylight hours, there was an unsettling energy to the air. The local wildlife seemed to have vanished. Usually, the woods are alive with the chatter of squirrels and the occasional drum of a ruffled grouse. But that week, it was like the forest had gone deaf and dumb. Even the wind, when it did blow, felt wrong, cold and sharp, carrying the scent of damp earth and something metallic like old pennies. I tried to shake it off, blaming it on the isolation and the way the shadows of the hemlocks stretched across the cabin floor like long, reaching fingers. I spent my evenings huddled by the wood stove, reading by the light of a kerosene lamp because the generator was acting up, and trying not to think about how far I was from the nearest neighbor. It started on the 3rd night. I had just settled into the small twin bed in the downstairs bedroom, the one that used to be my grandfather's. The cabin was settling into the night, the wood groaning and clicking as it cooled. At exactly 3:15 a.m., I was jolted awake. It wasn't a loud noise, but it was distinct. It was whistling. It was coming from directly above my head, in the shallow crawl space that served as an attic. The tune was slow, melodic, and rhythmically perfect. My heart stopped in my chest because I recognized the melody instantly. It was a folk song my grandfather used to whistle while he was working in his wood shop, The Wayfaring Stranger. He had a very specific way of hitting the high notes, a slight trill that was as unique as a fingerprint. Hearing it now, 5 years after he was buried in the valley below, felt like a physical blow to the gut. I sat up in bed, my breath hitching in my throat, listening to that ethereal, airy sound drift through the ceiling boards. It lasted for exactly 3 minutes, then stopped as abruptly as if a hand had been clapped over the whistler's mouth. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I sat there with my back against the headboard, my old 12-gauge Remington propped against the nightstand, watching the door. I told myself it was the wind whistling through a loose shingle, or maybe some strange acoustic property of the old chimney. I told myself a lot of things, none of which I believed. The next night, the exact same thing happened. 3:15 a.m., the same tune, the same trill. This time, I could hear the weight of someone or something shifting above me. The floorboards in the attic creaked under a slow, deliberate pressure, moving from one end of the cabin to the other in time with the whistling. It felt heavy, purposeful. The sound wasn't coming from the wind. It was coming from a throat. By the third night of the whistling, the fear had transformed into a jagged, desperate kind of frustration. The lack of sleep was eroding my sanity, and the familiar tune was becoming a mockery of my grief. I was tired of being afraid in my own family home. On the 5th night, when the whistling began at its usual time, I didn't stay in bed. I grabbed my heavy-duty flashlight and the ladder from the utility closet. My hands were shaking so hard the ladder clattered against the wall, but I didn't care. I needed to see what was up there. I needed to prove to myself that it was just a squatter or an animal, something tangible that I could deal with. I positioned the ladder beneath the small, square wooden hatch that led to the attic. The whistling continued, indifferent to my movements. It sounded clearer now, more vibrant, as if the whistler were standing right on the other side of the plywood. I climbed the rungs, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I reached out, pushed the hatch upward, and climbed into the cramped, dark space. I swept my flashlight beam across the attic, expecting to see a person cowering in the corner or perhaps a nest of raccoons. But the attic was empty. The dust on the floor was thick and undisturbed, showing no footprints of any kind. The air up there was freezing, far colder than it should have been, and it smelled of old bone and stagnant water. As I moved the light toward the center of the space, the beam landed on something that made my stomach turn. Arranged in a perfect, tight circle on the floorboards were 12 coyote skulls. They were bleached white, picked clean of any flesh, and every single one of them was facing inward, pointing their long snouts toward the center of the ring. There were no tracks leading to them, no sign of how they had been moved there. They looked like they had grown out of the wood itself. I stared at them, a cold dread washing over me that made my skin crawl. This wasn't the work of an animal, and it certainly wasn't my grandfather. I turned to leave, my only thought to get out of that attic and out of that cabin as fast as I could. But as I reached for the hatch, the whistling started again. It didn't come from the corner or the shadows. It started right behind my left ear. I could feel the vibration of the air, a rhythmic, cooling sensation against my skin. I froze, my flashlight falling from my hand and clattering onto the floor, the beam pointing aimlessly into the dark. Then I felt it a breath. It was icy, smelling of wet fur and decay, puffing against the nape of my neck. A voice, rasping and dry like the sound of two stones being rubbed together, whispered into the silence. It didn't sound like my grandfather. It sounded like something that had stolen his memories. "You're late for dinner," it said. The words were followed by a low, wet clicking sound, like teeth snapping together in the dark. I didn't look back. I practically fell down the ladder, my feet barely hitting the rungs as I scrambled back into the hallway. I grabbed the hatch handle and slammed it shut, sliding the bolt into place with a desperate, frantic strength. I was gasping for air, my lungs burning in the cold. I stood there for a second, leaning against the wall, waiting for the sound of the thing pounding on the hatch. But there was no pounding. Instead, the whistling started again. It was louder now, more piercing, and it was moving. I watched in frozen horror as the sound traveled down from the ceiling, moving through the interior of the wall right in front of me. I could hear the whistling vibrating the drywall, a low hum that I could feel in my own chest. It moved down toward the floor, then turned the corner, heading toward the kitchen. I backed away, my eyes fixed on the baseboards where the sound seemed to be localized. The whistling was no longer just a tune. It was a physical presence, a wave of sound that seemed to warp the very air around it. It moved past the refrigerator and stopped at the small, walk-in pantry next to the back door. I had locked that pantry earlier in the day to keep any mice out of the dry goods. The whistling was now coming from inside the locked pantry. I could hear the sound of tins being shifted on the shelves, the rattle of glass jars, and then a slow, rhythmic scratching against the inside of the pantry door. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It was the sound of long, blunt nails tracing the grain of the wood. The rasping voice came again, muffled by the door but unmistakable. So hungry, it whispered. So much time. You look just like him. That was the breaking point. I didn't grab my gear. I didn't even grab my coat. I bolted out the front door, the cold mountain air hitting me like a physical wall. I ran to my truck, my boots slipping on the frost-covered grass. I fumbled with my keys, my fingers so numb and clumsy, I nearly dropped them twice. I got the engine to turn over, the roar of the diesel motor feeling like the only sane thing in the world. I didn't drive away immediately. I couldn't. I was paralyzed by the sight of the cabin. In the moonlight, I could see the upper windows of the attic. A pale, indistinct shape was pressed against the glass. It wasn't a face, not exactly. It was too long, too white, with eyes that caught the light like a dog's eyes in the middle of the road. It was watching me. It didn't move as I backed the truck down the long gravel driveway, the headlights cutting through the mist. I spent the rest of the night in the cab of my truck, parked at a small turnout 3 miles down the road where I had a sliver of cell service. I kept the engine running and the heater on blast, but I couldn't stop shivering. I called my aunt the next morning, the only other living relative who spent time at the cabin. I didn't tell her everything. I knew how crazy it sounded, but I asked her if she'd ever noticed anything strange about the attic or the whistling. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Then, in a voice so quiet I could barely hear her, she told me about a story my grandfather used to tell when he'd had too much to drink. He'd talked about a dweller in the gaps of the mountains, something that didn't have a shape of its own, so it took the shapes of the things it ate. He said he'd made a deal with it back when he was building the place. A circle of bone for a lifetime of peace. He told her that as long as the family kept the cabin fed and maintained, the dweller would stay in the dark. I haven't been back to the cabin since that night. I hired a local company from the valley to finish the winterizing, paying them double to do it in one day and leave before sunset. The lead contractor called me a week later, sounding unsettled. He asked me if I'd been keeping coyotes in the house. When I asked why, he said he'd found dozens of skulls tucked into the walls, behind the insulation, and under the floorboards. He also said that while they were working, they all kept hearing someone whistling a tune they couldn't quite place, even though they were the only ones on the mountain. He told me he wouldn't be taking any more jobs at that address. I live in a city now, far away from the Tennessee border, in an apartment with no attic and no crawl space. But the fear hasn't left me. Every night, around 3 a.m., I find myself waking up, straining my ears against the hum of the city traffic. I've started sleeping with a white noise machine, trying to drown out the silence. But sometimes when the wind is just right and the apartment gets quiet, I think I can hear a faint, rhythmic vibration coming from inside the walls. It's a slow, melodic sound, a tune I know all too well. And lately I've been finding small, white fragments of bone on my doorstep, clean, bleached, and pointed toward my door. I think about what my aunt said about the deal my grandfather made. I think about the dinner the voice mentioned. Most of all, I think about that tune. It's not just a song anymore. It's a summons. And I'm starting to realize that you can't really outrun the mountains because once they've decided you belong to them, they have a way of finding you, no matter how many locks you put on the door. I often wonder if my grandfather's really gone, or if he's still up there in some form, trapped in the gaps between the cedar planks, forced to whistle that same song for eternity. I wonder if the coyote skulls were a protection or a tribute. But mostly, I wonder what happens when the whistling stops and the scratching begins on my own pantry door. The Appalachians are old, older than the trees, and the people who live among them. and they don't play by our rules. There are things in those hills that have been there since the earth was cold. Things that remember every word spoken and every song whistled. I'm just waiting for the night when the white noise machine isn't loud enough, and I hear that rasping voice again, telling me that I've kept it waiting long enough.